This is upcoming, waiting on Zim. Yes, I think so. Yes, I will. Thank you. All right. Seems like audio quality is pretty good. Hello, Jeremy. Good to see you. Jeremy, can you confirm if audio quality is good? Is it cutting out on your end? I just need to have a second confirmation. Hello, Silver Cross. I just need to know if we're good up here. It's echoing? Hang on. Give me one. Oh, I think I know why it's. I think I know why it's echoing. I'm gonna try something. Why is it doing that? Hang on. Go to the art gallery. Here we go. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's still echoing. Okay. Hang on. All right. See it now. Is it echoing now? Does it sound different now? Is it better? Either way, I'm gonna have to start. Yeah, it sounds good now. Okay. It seems like it was my console causing it, which is strange. What are we doing? Oh yeah, they got glitched if I recall correctly because I killed the lady. And then this lady was like, hey. Okay, I gotta get to the Royal Flush roof anyway. So we're gonna go that way. Hello, Melissa. Hello, Gun. Pleasure to see you all here. My arm is feeling really weird today. My left arm in particular is kind of, I don't know, feels weak. weirdly. Feels very involuntary, as like some muscle pains, which is weird because my right arm is completely fine and there's nothing wrong with it at all. Strange why my body just decides to do this. Angela, do you agree with the Joker versus Jorno death battle? I didn't watch that. I only watched part of Zim and Balrog's reaction. Let me see if I can get that music up. Oh, no, it's already at max. Roga made a Horizon video with Titus and said he's going to do 3 Space Marines versus 16 Helldivers. Oh, boy. Man, people got to stop jerking off Space Marines. I don't know what the Helldivers scale to, but, like, man, like, why is that always the thing that it's like, we're going to need less of the Space Marines to beat more of X other faction? Like, come on, man. Space Marines are literally just your standard, like, sci-fi, like, small building level super soldiers. They're not impressive. They're pretty, like they're the median example of what you'd want out of a super soldier. Hang on. Let's get this. Get all this alcohol right over here. Put this away. No, I didn't mean to do that. Oh. My mistake. Alright, well. Where was that other weapon that I had? Like a beer hat or something over here. I don't need a flamethrower. That's fine. Hi, Kane. What's up? Also haven't seen you in a while, Gun. Oh, yes. Hello, Cypher. I mean, I kind of agree with the death battle. Who won? I'm assuming it was Joker. Goku versus Cars. Depends on the version of Cars. $16 Helldivers sounds like a stomp in their favor. I don't know what weapons the Helldivers are bringing, but if they're killing things that are the size of like the bugs from Starship Troopers, then I think there's a good argument to be made that they could probably kill a Space Marine pretty easily. All the Helldivers have to do is keep the distance, just bombard them with laser weapons and stratagems. Where do you skill the Swarmlord, Mangler? I don't have any feats for the Swarmlord because I have not seen what the Swarmlord can do. I only have some minor feats for like Hive Tyrants and like Carnifexes and Lictors. I have not seen Swarmlord stuff yet. I'd have to read into that. So as of now, nowhere. Because I don't know where he scales. I would assume he's probably stronger than the Hive Tyrant, which would put him like above small building, probably like large building level. Since they basically, I think in Space Marine 2, you drop a bridge on him, and he falls like 100 feet with the bridge on top of him, and he's still mostly fine, and then he fights a Primaris Marine squad after that, so he's, you know, like the Hive Tyrant is pretty strong. Is he the strongest battle form? Yeah, he should be. A Swarm Lord is literally, or the Nord Queen, depending on which person it is. I love when he's like, hey, I'm going to lecture you on being photogenic when I'm in a ninja costume. Yeah, the Swarm Lord is basically the person that directs all of the Tyranid forms from the center of the Hive Fleet in the in space. There's one that I did. There was one thing I did like about his Horizon video. I talked about the bladed chainswords being monomilitary. People who think this equal durability negation were stupid. Well, it's kind of is and kind of isn't. It's like it's just one molecule thin, so it just means that it'll cut through things a lot easier. Oh yeah. First kill belongs to Daddy. I forgot about this scene. Nice shot, sir. Have at it, boys. I was say, it must be fun to be the military and just be sent in on these zombie outbreaks. You get to serve your country, protect your society, and you get to go gung ho, and you get easy targets. I don't even see them shoot like. What are these camera angles? We're not even seeing them shoot like half the zombies. Also, where are the crowds that I was fighting earlier? I don't know how you're coughing when your face is covered. That's a little strange. Now, with all divers getting close range to fight the Space Marines in melee combat, yeah, the Space Marines are going to curb stomp them. But that's if the Space Marines getting close. What Space Marines are we talking about, though? Because some Space Marines don't like fighting you in close range. And then some of them only like to fight you in close range. And then some of them just suck at fighting in general. Like the Word Bearers. Yeah, it's kind of suspicious how that just green fog just ran out of nowhere. He's losing it. That's amazing that he hasn't been killed by any zombie yet. And how long are you going to be streaming for today? Probably 4 or 5 hours. Time to be a ninja again. What we've all been waiting for. That's literally the same thing you said, Mangler, but long. Wait, what thing specifically, Pep Demon? Because I've said a lot of things this stream. Oh, wait, I don't want to save it right there. Does the chainsword have durability negation? Not entirely. It's just that just has the means. It has a monomolecular blade, which means it just has the means to cut through whatever it cuts through more effectively. Like, there are types of material that when the chainsword comes into contact with it, it doesn't really do anything because the chainsword simply isn't powerful enough to cut that object. Like with Terminator armor or with, like, other, with vehicles and stuff like that. I wouldn't assume that those vehicles are now like one molecule thick in terms of like their armor because they've never been stated or implied to have that. Nor do they have like an energy system that governs them or like a consistent universal piece of technology or anything like that. So all it means is that it basically just cuts the object like more consistently than an object of its specific durability would. As long as you cut in a specific way, it will. It's also not even accurate to say that it's Duraneg because the way the blade cuts, because they pointed out in the Imperial Guardsman novels that when you swing with a chainsword, you can't. It's not a lightsaber. Like, the way it functions is that you have to cut downwards or upwards. You have to cut with the blades, and only the tip of each of the chains has the monomolecular edge. The rest of the chain is not monomolecular. It's only the edge. So to even say that it would be Duraneg would be to imply that, like, an object that for 99% of its width is not really cutting or doing the cutting that you want it to. And that just seems ridiculous, in my opinion. The thing about the chain blade is being able to cut things easily because of how thin it was. Could Goku escape the backrooms? I don't know what the backrooms are. Oh no. Can I make it? Guys, do I have enough time? Do I have enough time to make this? There's like no time left on bent wood. Oh, out of my way. Why are you guys down here? You're not supposed to be down here. That's illegal. Oh. Wait. Hang on. Wait. Where's my reward? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Oh, sweet. An attack bonus. You have to pick 3 super soldiers to describe like a low tier, middle, high tier. What super soldiers would you use? Why would you leave the blade behind, Mangler? To be fair, it was running out of energy, and I had to grab the golf club. I did not have that many inventory slots, so I had to drop it. Well, as far as like just describing general tiers for like super soldiers, your most basic super soldiers that are barely superhuman are ones that are just superhuman. Like, they can do things within a superhuman category. They can usually lift like things equivalent to or greater than your most athletic humans and do them pretty easily. And then for, I want to say, well, we try and go save these people if we want to, but there's, oh no, it's bugged. I can't even save them. I can't even do it. And then for like your mid-tier super soldiers, I would just say that's like in the small building level range, usually, or in like the building level range where they're able to start lifting like tons or multiple tons worth of force. And they're usually moving up to, if not like faster than the speed of bullets. That's usually like most standard super soldier like things from like a sci-fi standpoint. That's like the mid-tier ones. And then the high-tier ones are can be anything beyond that up to like a ridiculous extent, depending on the fiction. Now, if I had to use super soldiers like as examples, it's kind of hard to say because not every series has like consistent ones within a specific tier. But like, if I could think of a few, I think probably technically the Born agents from Treadstone, or I guess the Treadstone agents from Born, what I should be saying, are a good example of like a baseline superhuman, where generally like they move faster and quicker than normal humans can and do. And then like your Space Marines, your typical like characters like the ones from like Crisis, the guys from Crackdown, like those to me are just like your standard super soldiers. It's not like something like incredibly difficult for like most super soldiers that are like the mid range that I'm saying are usually in the range where they can lift a ton or almost a ton or multiple tons. They're usually within that 10 times range. That's not like super impressive. So the things that the Space Marines can do, while they are good from the context of being a human, that's not that impressive from the context of being superhuman or being augmented. Plenty of people can do the same thing in other fictions that are also super soldiers. And the unique elements that a Space Marine would have, like certain organs and stuff, honestly, most of those things aren't even that impressive because they don't really get rid of the existing problem. They just kind of like band-aid it. Like most of their multi-lungs, for example, to filter out toxics. They're good until a person just keeps bombarding you with the same chemical substance until the lung gets overtaxed or you expose them to being in an underwater situation. Most of those like organs in general are just compounded by having like a functional armor system. Like the Crackdown soldiers or the Crisis soldiers that I would point out. Like the biometric systems and skill systems that support Crackdown super soldiers literally give them like shields and enhanced like physiology. So they basically like their physiology is maintained by a network linked to the agency, meaning as long as they always have power, they will always be capable of performing the feats that you see in the games. And they'll only get stronger and more powerful with time. What did you learn about Sync Ways of the Blood Angels? I'll get to that in a moment once I finish my example. The Crisis nanosuit is also a great example of like what a standard super soldier thing can do, in that it can run long distances and lift large objects just like your standard super soldier, except it also has other functions of the armor. The armor is like vacuum pressurized. It can help against toxins. It can also analyze biological samples and allow the suit to adjust and evolve to whatever those samples and properties may be. It can also enhance the wielder with access to some of these samples, especially certain types of alien DNA. And you can allow rapid evolution and adaptation. So, like, the suits themselves basically do all of the same thing that you could give a standard Space Marine. Like, a Space Marine's physiology is arguably more valuable to them than their actual power armor is. Whereas, like, most super soldiers in fiction have decent physiology and just have amazing power armor. So they don't have to have that because they just have functional technology that does the job for them. This is the kind of position you want to be in. You like efficiently, it's better to build a somewhat stable physiological being and then just make a mass-produced streamlined tech that those soldiers could wear than it would be to create a more specifically like engineered like physiology. Because then you have to be super delicate with it. It's going to cost a lot more resources, and it's also a lot harder to maintain. Oh, hello, Aviator. So what'd you learn about Sanguinius and the Blood Angels? I learned that they have a lot of ships. They generally have specific tactics that I didn't expect of them in combat. They're compared to the Emperor's Children, the Luna Wolves, in like the first couple books of the Horus Heresy, in that the Emperor's Children are basically likened to wanting to shoot at range and fight in close quarters in equal favor. The Luna Wolves usually use diverse sets of tactics, but they're super like aggressive. However, they're not necessarily trying to get in close range all the time, and they usually don't wait for artillery or orbital bombardment. Whereas the Blood Angels will use ranged weapons if they have to. They're led with no choice, but they often vie for using brutal tactics of just like extremely overpowering offense. That's their main like way to deal with the situation. They just run at something and beat it to death. Kind of like the Space Wolves. Except, unlike the Space Wolves, they'll actually employ different tactics if they need to. And they're also not like religiously attached to using drop pods. So I think a lot of that also has to do with the fact that their culture, the culture of their legion is reflected in being like giving everything they have and like either giving 100% effort or nothing. So they treat every enemy as if they were constantly being afflicted with the Red Thirst. Which in the novel they do mention the idea of what the Red Thirst is. They explain it, but they never call it the actual Red Thirst directly, and they don't. They're kind of like really quiet about talking about it because they actively try to hide the fact that their legion has succumbed to it on more than one occasion. And you also find out that the Remembrancer that actually catalogs it ends up getting killed by the person who invited him into the fleet, because she basically decided to take Sanguinius's idea of what he was as a person and peddle this idea of divinity and perfection to the rest of the Imperium for propaganda purposes. Because she considered Sanguinius a tool and just an idea that people were going to follow, that eventually he would have become invalid for one reason or another. So she ends up killing the guy that writes a novel about Sanguinius, even though Sanguinius told his legion that this man is to have my explicit protection and he is not to be criticized for writing what he believes to be true. She had him killed anyway.
Frank.
Oh wow. Unconscious. You repeat the first part? Oh my god. Which part?
I'm out! Curtis, give me your weapon! You want some of this? Come get
Oh boy. Oh, tier sounds like Brotherhood of Steel, Paladins, which I feel like Zim is not going to like. Lol. Also, you haven't exactly given me a high tier super soldier yet. That's because it's anything that exists above like building or small building level, in my opinion. Like anything above that range. But I could just throw like probably Spartans out there, probably the Custodes, the Primarchs. There's probably other ones that I could think of. Oh my god. Oh my, hey. You could maybe, if you want to categorize him as this, maybe the guys from Saints Row as well. At least the guys from Saints Row in Re-elected when they're inside of the simulation. No! Hang on. Let me drink this. When you mentioned their fleet, oh, they just have a lot of ships. It's mentioned that they have like hundreds and hundreds of ships in the flotilla that they have with them,
Leave a worthless zombie did me.
and it's not even like their full like group of people. They have more ships from their legion that they just haven't brought it.
You ain't gonna bite me. You ain't gonna.
Oh yeah, he's just lost it.
I'll never be one of you.
Oh, that's definitely true.
Get down.
Are you okay?
My leg's a little...
That's it. I'll handle field reporting from now on.
Your mom just insult my mother? Why? Oh yeah, I'll carry you. Hang on one sec. I just gotta. Oh wow, only his shoes were left. I don't really understand how that's possible, but okay. And it's a good thing Quick Step functions like this. What about their technology? Anything exclusive to them? So far, no.
Speed it up! Keep up!
A little help here. This sucks. Thank goodness.
All right, here we go.
You're a pretty good shot. Let's move! Hurry it up!
Dead Rising has got to be the only game where escort missions actually are fun, productive, and move the story forward, and also have like a good reward. They're not like super tedious if you know how to play the game, and they do have a benefit to doing them. They also look really silly. I mean, if you think me thinking she's a super soldier, then yes, I insulted her. That was definitely not what I was intending.
Quick, follow me! Hurry, this way! Hey, keep up!
There's not any technology, as far as I know, that is exclusive to the Blood Angels, and they don't seem to use anything super exclusive at the moment. I haven't read Fear to Tread yet, so this could change if I read Fear to Tread. But as far as what Sanguinius the Great Angel provides, there is not anything new.
Let's move!
Also, the name Sanguinius the Great Angel, that's actually a name of the novel the Remembrancer wrote about Sanguinius. It never saw the light of public because the person who invited him into the fleet had him killed later, covered up the fact that she murdered him, and then took his the records of the only record of the book he ever made that he didn't release to the public until later. Well, he was going to release it to the public. She killed him before he could do that, and then she basically takes the book at the end of the novel and she burns it. So she basically burns his life's work. Well, not his life's work, but like his
They went berserk. There was some sort of gas.
just all of the months and months worth of like effort that he spent on them.
Some good shit. I have to try some myself. What you looking at?
We need him alive.
That's a real shame.
What's going on, TK? Where'd you get that gas?
I ain't saying nothing.
Why pay that cure member to do your dirty work?
I don't effing know. He was just the name they gave me.
They? What are you talking about?
Somebody had to take the fall. And ain't you
Why is TK's eyes so big?
all out. Big Frankie West. World famous has been. One last try to make it to the limelight.
Like his eyes are made of like
Again, Frank,
sour milk.
you already forgot.
Then again, I guess Frank's eyes also look like that. They're just not as exaggerated as TK's are. Sullivan's like the only person who looks normal, and he's also like unhinged. We're just going by facial
I
expression.
don't want to alarm the women, but standard operating procedure means there'll be another rescue operation in 24 hours. But if that fails again,
What? What is it?
firebombing, just like Vegas. Only way to get rid of
Oh yeah, that was supposed to be the rescue attempt. Saw this one video about those people who lived on that one fucked up 40K jungle planet. Basically, it was him trying to get Space Wolf alcohol. It was fine. I think you're referring to the Katachan.
A lot more. There's no way he made that gas. He just doesn't have the resources.
What just happened? Where'd that zombie come from?
Been breached. I gotta hotwire that panel. Stay here. Barricade the door.
I hope I still have my quick step. Oh yeah, I forget in all these scenes he actually doesn't change his outfit. Yes, I am. Alright. The generator, the gas, and a spool of wire. Take each item back to the gate panel at the safe house to hack the gate, lower the gate, and secure the safe house. Gotta bust out those moves. I love how the 2x4 hits like 4 zombies, even though I'm aiming for only 1. Alright, come on. Where's that generator? Great. One of my survivors died. Oh, a new skill move. Have a double lariat. Two-hand neck smash.
Damn it! Oh, man! Shit!
Why is it still giving me PowerPoints? Is it glitched? Maybe it was delayed. Yes, a wire spool, a gas container, and a rope can hack technology. Thank you, Frank West. Yes. Hello, Samaj. Glad to see you're enjoying this. Where is... Oh, 2 of my survivors died. I wasn't even standing next to the object. Oh my god, close! How did this door even get open? Someone must have opened it from the inside.
That was not.
Wouldn't we have still needed like 20-30 minutes to kill all the zombies?
Keeping this place secure? Or is leaving your post part of standard operating procedure?
He's gonna tell me right now.
Sullivan. So he's the one that did this. The plot thickens. Well, I'm almost done with the game. I guess I only have overtime mode now. Did you guys not clear the safe house after closing the door? Oh, well, Frank waited for him just to get bitten. Oh, look. Now you're gonna need Zombrex.
Last thing I knew, I was sitting by the door like usual. Next thing I was coming to, looking at you. You must have gotten loose somehow. I can't believe you got the better of me. Well, I can tell you right now.
We could just kill him.
Happen again.
You gotta get me Zombrex, Frankie. And you gotta move.
You ought to toss him out there with his own kind. Let them tear each other to pieces.
Looks like you got yourself bit pretty bad there, TK.
He's not turning yet. Why?
Some people are just more resistant to the infection than others.
I'm your story, man. You gotta help me.
So, how long has he got, Frank?
We won't know until he turns.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part with a lot of zombie infections in fiction is that you really just don't know. It's not even just a matter of plot. Most of them don't have an idea of how long it takes the infection to work, and a lot of it is based on resistances of people's physiology, which you can't really quantify when you're inside of a shelter and you have no medical equipment.
The military rescue team entered the shelter only to find it completely overrun, and everyone already dead. Contact with the rescue team was abruptly lost as they attempted to exit the city. They are now presumed to have
But I'm still alive.
the outbreak. In light of this new information, the president has ordered the immediate eradication of everything within the quarantine zone.
I mean, I did lose 2 people, so I guess I failed.
Precisely
Genetics is fun, yes.
You think I'm
They just got the wrong information.
That's right.
Now calm down.
The TV might have messed up a little bit, but the TV's always right.
He's simply not.
I should know, because I saw it on TV.
That would be un-American.
Hey, we simply need to go out there and take control.
Go out there? Are you out of your mind?
Fighting won't get us anywhere. We need to stay calm.
I did not work this hard just to get blasted off this rock. I've got to get national. Hell, they'll come get everyone. This is the story of the century. Don't you get it? There is no way out.
TK planned to rob the city.
I mean, as far as we know, the military hasn't
We know
like, well, I mean, I guess the military did quarantine the area.
There's no way he could access the media with that lie that we're all dead. And he couldn't order a military firebombing. This is bigger than TK.
Oh my goodness.
Way bigger.
Look, I know we've all been through a lot in the past few days, but don't go making it worse.
Yeah, that's for the TV to do.
Where'd that gas come from?
These are your average Americans. Yeah, except for Frank.
I didn't notice it at the time. Everything was happening so fast.
Don't know what's fact or fiction. Still pretty true to this day.
Looks like it's coming
I think most people would be able to figure out in 2 seconds that something's not right here.
Whoa, buddy. Those tunnels are going to be crawling with thousands.
Your average American is not as stupid as you'd like to believe. Your average American just has a specific set of interests that they'd rather follow.
Suicide is staying right here.
And that leads them to doing stupid things.
Wait, Frank. Too dangerous. The story.
It's not about the story anymore, Rebecca. We need to find out the truth. For all of us.
Her hands are inside of my hood.
Be careful. For me.
That's not even rendering correctly. We knew a zombie apocalypse was happening, we'd say hell yeah. I don't think we'd say that. Anyone inside of a mall would be like, oh yeah, I'm set, baby. Invoke set original here. Hello. Oh, unoriginal. All right.
Is someone there? Anybody?
I think I have to get TK Zombrex. Which is kind of dumb, because I don't want to get him Zombrex. A mall is resourceful. It is. A mall has almost everything that you need to survive. Well, actually, pretty much everything you need to survive and thrive. By the way, Mangler, is George Dostar actually canon? Yeah, because it's a novel that was authorized by, like, the creator of the series. It existed and it was written. It wasn't written directly by him, but it doesn't need to be. It doesn't have any conflict with the series, and it's a licensed piece of product and material. It also answers questions in the George Dostar universe, and it directly explains hypotheticals of what would have happened if it's much like it's not Made in Heaven. It's much like what's it called? Is it Over Heaven? What's the George Dostar game that's like it's the JoJo's game. Can't remember. Eyes of Heaven. VSB acts like it isn't. Yeah, that's wrong. Actually, no. VSB doesn't act. I don't believe VSB acts like it isn't canon. They treat it as an alternate timeline, but it still exists within the continuity of JoJo. Which means whatever is in there is technically an answer for stuff that exists in the main timeline as well. So it is canon because it is applicable to the story of JoJo at large, whether it's in one timeline or another. As that is what it means to be canon. To be a part of the story whenever it's being told. Wherever it's being told. Is this guy really trying to approach me right now? A mistake, to be sure. Oh. Hang on. I don't need that. Probably don't need that. Well, never a bad idea to have. Alright, where's the platinum strip? There it is. I'm gonna go pay for some Zombrex. Eyes of Heaven, yes, that's what it was. What happens if you help TK here? So I think you need to help TK in order to get the true ending and go into overtime mode. If you don't, I believe the lead is lost.
I ain't got all day. Zombrex. Order up. Great. There goes my retirement fund.
Did he just say there goes my retirement money when he's literally holding $1 million in cash on his person? Hang on one sec. I'll be right back. I am back. Do you think Lelouch's Geass can affect GER? Probably not. I mean, it's possible, maybe. But, like, I don't know. I don't think he'd be able to hit GER with it. What would more than likely happen is that he'd activate it on Giorno, and he'd probably hit Giorno with it because it's not an immediate threat to Giorno. And then GR would just have to activate, like, the infinite loop or something. which might end up doing more harm than good. How do I... Wait. Hang on. Underground access. There's apparently an underground access point here. I have to assume it's right there. Hello, Rock and Alice. GR's whole functions of reverse causality. If it can harm Giorno, it can be denied. Well, the problem is that, like, the initial action of Gios doesn't harm you. Because depending on the command can either be neutral or it can be beneficial to the person. So, because of that, you can't really say that it would be of a harmful nature. Now, if he asks Giorno to kill himself, then yeah, like, at that point, oh my god. Hang on. At that point, GR is probably going to activate and revert the effects of that event back to before the ability was cast. What the hell is happening here? Wait. There we go. Could GR ever figure out that Lelouch is using Gios on JoJo since Lelouch doesn't have a tell when he uses it? I believe it's confirmed that he does, because there are several characters that react to him doing it, such as at the beginning of R2, when the soldiers that have been observing him and know how his Gios functions activates, they're able to determine that he's using it when he uses the command. So, like, you can see, like, Lelouch, to be clear, you can see the Gios in his eyes. That's not just for visual effect. You can actually see the Gios in the eyes. It's just that most people wouldn't understand what the fuck that means and would not have a means to, like, counter it because they wouldn't think to close their eyes. And neither would Giorno. Oh wow, are they really shooting me? Really? Okay, well, if that's the way we're gonna be. You fool. And GR activating independently of his user unless his user makes a conclusive command to deactivate GR. Can you negate or at least restrain Gios's Lelouch's Gios with enough willpower? You can resist it with enough willpower, but eventually it will subordinate you, even if the command is against your very nature. It's just that that's not what GR would be doing. GR would just revert the act of it being placed on him entirely. It would nullify the action of Gios being placed upon him, as well as the will of Gios being placed upon Giorno, and revert it back to zero before the event ever occurred. And then Giorno would just move out of the way and then attack or kill Lelouch. It's not that you can... Giorno would not be capable of resisting Gios. It's the fact that his stand in particular has a perfect counter to nullifying Gios's power. If it were other stand users, they would probably end up dying, even if they could resist Gios for a little bit. Oh, that's annoying. Hmm. It's feeding time. So you're saying Joker wasn't supposed to win because he has some kind of manipulation? I don't know anything about Joker's abilities. I did see a little bit of Zim and Kyle acknowledge some of the problems with the reasoning behind how Joker's powers work, or what Death Battle was arguing for Joker's powers. I don't scale Persona, so I can't say whether or not that's accurate. All I'll say is that I tend to find out that most series don't actually have what people claim they do, either for better or for worse. Because when I end up researching those verses, I end up finding out that it's not actually accurate to what the person said. Almost like 90% of the time. Most people are media illiterate. Oh, that is not a platform. Let's get that over there. Do we have any food? No food? Oh. I'll just have to drink the beer then. Oh, well, I mean, I guess drinking that beer was completely unnecessary.
These queens are fully mature.
I know there's no Joker. Joker has SMT scaling, which can be wild, I think. From what I understand, Persona scaling to SMT is very contentious. Even though they take place in
Things are going just
the same, like, overall, like, metaverse. From what I understand, it's very, they don't have the exact descriptions given for things in the verse. Are those scientists pulling Glocks at me? Oh no. It's gonna have to outrun the bullets. Hang on. I'm back. Sorry. Had to grab something. Apparently my my package arrived today. It's the Warhammer 40k Ultimate Guide. That's like 300 something pages. I'll read that later. What's shown? Kyle says they're only uni as a gun ultimate that breaks the laws of reality. Okay, how? So I saw that part, and from what I understand, Death Battle called it rewriting the laws of reality, but that's not what it says. It says it bends the laws of reality. That is explicitly manipulating laws, which would just be law manipulation. It's not reality warping. Zim, I'm also going to say Zim was wrong about how he characterized the Eyes of Heaven doing a reality override. So the reason why reality warping from reality override beats GER is because Dio is changing the way the universe works on a fundamental level and is altering how causality works. So GER can't return you to zero because there is no longer a system of cause and effect that operates the way that GER would want it to return anything to zero. So reality warping doesn't do that. Reality warping doesn't just change the entirety of the universe and remake it in the image that you specifically want. That's a specific type of reality warping, which you have to prove an ability has. I just want to clarify that, like... That's what you would need, aside from like being an acausal being or having resistances to layers of causality manipulation. That is what you would need to not get affected by GER. Learn the dirty secret type for Warhammer 40k scaling, for example, where undeserved. Except crap down there is just ridiculous. Sometimes I wonder how wasted Frank West would be right now. I feel like Frank West would probably be wasted a lot with the amount of alcohol that he drinks, especially considering the sheer amount of drinks that that Frank intakes as mixed juices have alcohol as their components. Like putting two wines together gives you quick step. That's literally one of his best abilities, but it's made exclusively through the use of alcohol, or at least primarily through the use of alcohol. And yet the man is never boozed. The thing I'm being told for some of the Persona are actually beings that are based on, are actually the beings they're based on, and would have their games and would have their powers. I'm tend to guess that it's a gameplay thing. Why the Personas are just the things they do in mythology. W package video win. Oh, you must VC when reading the guide, Mangler, please. Yeah, well, I'm not going to do it right now. Rewriting and bending the laws of reality are entirely different things. Well, bending laws of reality is law manipulation. That's not reality warping. Reality warping is changing aspects of reality to suit your narrative, which that can be laws, or you can just be manipulating the space and corrupting it into something else. You could be teleporting another universe into the existing space. You could be stopping time or warping it or disrupting it. You could also be implanting an illusion that changes the outcome. Like reality warping can be 50 different things, and there could be different versions of those different things, whereas law manipulation is just manipulating and messing with the laws. And for what that description provided, that is all the what was it, the statement for the Almighty was doing. So, like, Zim was absolutely correct there. That was not reality warping in the slightest. They were wrong about that. That was just bending the laws of the universe. Like, I'm sure there's probably something you could argue in Persona that could fuck with GR. Maybe even from Joker himself. I'm just saying that ability in particular is not what VSB described it to be. And if it has the powers to mess with GR, it's probably not from that description. What is Sid referring to when referring to the 4 Demon Kings in the anime? He's not referring to the 4 Demon Kings. He's just referring to 4 great demons that are vying for power in the demon world. It's mentioned earlier in the anime that currently during the aftermath of DMC1 that there isn't a Demon King, and there are currently 4 greater demons that are trying to take over the demon world right now. And Sid would be referring to those people.
Rebecca wants to know if you found anything out.
He's basically talking about the individuals who are taking advantage of the power vacuum. So when he says, I will surpass even the 4 great devils, that's what he's talking about. Likely Hell Kings. Most likely Hell Kings. They could just be really powerful greater demons, but overall they're just like whoever the 4 most popular, strongest demons are fighting. Because to be fair, there could be more powerful demons in the demon world, and there probably are. Those are just the 4 that decided to make a play for the throne, and just happen to be the strongest of the ones who are actively pursuing the throne. Now, let me read the rest of this. Frank burns the alcohol out of his system with rage alone. Well, can also be a false equivalency since they can't literally be the beings that they are from mythology. I mean, it's entirely possible they could. Causality concepts are higher than manipulation of the laws. That depends on the series, because in some series causality is like weaker than time. In some series, its causality is stronger than that. Manipulating laws is more powerful than the effects of what the laws produce. Sometimes it's not. It really depends on the series. What are you saying about Dio's reality override? I'm saying that Dio's reality override is not reality warping. It's a creation ability that changes everything about reality directly. It would be like saying that the precursors reality warp when they make something in Halo. That's just not true. They're rewriting the entirety of the laws of the universe as they see fit. Like, they aren't just making an existing space and time. They're rewriting how that space and time and functions and exists. So even if you were doing something, like if you were trying to manipulate time next to a precursor, right, and it was working on him, the precursor would just start manipulating the space and change the rate at which time flows. They would be like, okay, so time now doesn't stop or is incapable of being suspended. And then your ability would just no longer work. Even though technically your ability itself, by its function, has not changed. He has not altered your ability to activate it. He's just affected the area in which the ability is being affected, thus bypassing it entirely and making it null and void. Zabatron versus Overlord, Skibby, Sagas versus Transformers, Death Battle, Electric versus Unstoppable. What in the hell are you talking about? There can be also demons that have the power to be king, but just don't want it. Yep. Daenerys, I don't know what you're referring to. Not gonna lie, the Joker versus Jonah matchup is quite distasteful. I actually have no idea what they have in common. But to be fair, it was never like a matchup I was particularly interested in. So, how easily is the true form of a demon? How easily does the true form of a DMC minor demon solo Doom? I'd say not that easily, because it would probably take some time, since the demon would have to like suffer pain and torment and basically get punished. But yeah, like it would probably eventually kill everything in Doom, because nothing in Doom would be able to put it down. It would keep causing pain and fear, and then eventually would just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger. It also depends on the minor demon. It might take a lot longer if it's a minor demon with like a really crappy ability. Like if it's the Soul Eater, yeah, the Soul Eater is going to take a really long time. But if it's like the Abyss or something that's actually built and bred for combat, yeah, that thing's gonna have fun. It's gonna be moving probably a lot faster than the Doomslayer does through Doom's verse. Oh my god. Is this really happening? Can we not just... Why is this... Wait, you can just eat lobster like that? That's ridiculous. Alright. I'm gonna walk over there this time. It's gonna work flawlessly. Alright. No, don't want that. Yes. Right on the money. Only 10 grand? What in the... Stupid. Boy, that sure worked out for the Primordial. I don't know what you were talking about. That's not a distasteful matchup. Death Battle is just a distasteful medium. Marionettes are already 40 plus since they use the time restoration machine. It could dwell mirror world of the demon world generally. Speaking of lesser demons, Who would you rank among the strongest in the top 20 list? Probably like the Angelos. Probably the Angelos. Things like the Hell Vanguard. I'd say the Abysses. Probably things like the Plasmids as well. Actually, no, maybe not the Plasmids. I had a list of them. I actually did an entire list of ranking every single one of the demons in DMC a couple months back with somebody. I don't remember the list. I don't know where I put it. Well, actually, let me see if I have it still. Ah, yes. I put all the Angelo variants like the Skuldos, the Protos, the Abyss, Bianca's, Altos, Blitz, the Blood Goats, Abyss Goats, Shadow, I think Faust, Fury, the Hell Vanguard, the Sin Scissors, Lucichias, Assaults, Blades, Frosts, Gigapedes, and then the Fetishes. Those were the elite lesser demons. That'd be like top 20. Behemoth. Let's just really. I don't think I put the Behemoth in there. Behemoth, if I recall, was much lower. Yeah, he was somewhere in there. I don't remember where. Trying to look at this list to see where in the world did he get put, because a lot of it's based on like imagery, so I'm trying to remember like. Oh, there he is. He was near the top of like the standard lesser demons. Oh wait, no, Faust wasn't in there. My bad. That was Death Scissors and Death Scythe. They just look so similar with some of their imagery. A lot of the images that were used in this, it was like a tier list that I was making with someone, and he and I put together a lot of images from the games and from like Tekken. So a lot of artwork in here is like original artwork created by the people from Tekken. So I don't recognize a lot of it immediately, and I mistaken certain things in the pictures for them. What about Sparta's apprentices? They're not elite lesser demons. They're just demon king tier. Well, okay, depends on the one. Ball has direct statements that he's like, well, since he's Sparta's apprentice in general, I would assume he's a greater demon. He's also intelligent enough to be one. But he has statements that he can. I believe when he unsheathes his sword, thousands of demons are killed in an instant. Is the direct statement. So he's like so fast that he's able to kill a countless number of demons, like from the moment his sword is unsheathed. So lesser demons are nothing to him. And that's the weaker sibling. Modius has statements that his swordsmanship was so unmatched that the entire demon world basically trembled at him.
Xenotrans? But they make Zombrex.
You two just calm down a minute here. This one's been feeding us claptrap.
Oh, hey, Sullivan.
Look, we're all under a lot of stress. Seeing things out of the corners of our eyes. Imaginary stuff.
There's nothing imaginary about this.
Yeah, Sullivan, come look at the computer and realize that there are things other than TV that can tell you the truth.
I don't understand. Why would they... I'll tell you why. It's been a couple of years since the last outbreak. People aren't buying Zombrex like
Why would a pharmaceutical company create a gas that turns people into zombies when they have a
every pharmacy in the country.
marketable incentive to make Zombrex?
Making a killing.
I can't possibly imagine why.
This is worse than Willamette. They just wanted to drive up there.
I mean, that's pretty, like, normal for, like, a business. Yeah, I gotta make money.
We're taking it down.
I mean, if you're making money off of the killing of people, yeah, that's horrible, but, like, why are we surprised that the business is doing that? That's what a business is supposed to do, is make money. Oh, well.
What the?
Oh, I thought it'd be Sullivan. Sullivan, really? Like, you don't practice gun safety, and you also can't watch the security gate? That gun sounds a lot higher caliber than it looks. That thing looks like it's made of plastic.
Releasing that tape wasn't part of the deal. It's much easier not to have to kill them myself. Your little comeback proved to be.
But wait a minute, I actually liked your character.
Now allow me to.
Why would you shoot me? Oh wow, this man's been shot like 3 times. Oh no, the hair was fake all along. Guys, she was an imposter.
I'm gonna get you some help.
Yeah, I don't think there's any help that can solve like being shot in the leg, the arm. Well, actually,
Thanks for saving my ass.
yeah, no, he's probably dead.
You were a good man.
If he was shot on one side, he would have been fine if he had just been winged.
Party going on, unfortunately.
But I think the fact that he was shot on the back and the front means he'd bleed out no matter which way he's facing. Just armor lock. I love how that's Samash's reaction to a shooting and someone getting betrayed. He's like, you know, that's terrible, but you know what would have prevented that situation? Armor lock. Fucking losers. How dare they suck. Especially a security guard. Shame on you. Why would a pharmaceutical company be cartoonishly evil? I could never imagine that happening. Yeah, I know, it's a shocker. It's all very surprising. Halo noobs, I swear. Apply some herbs like all RE protagonists do. You're right. This game is made by Capcom. Where are my herbs, Capcom? Did he really just say that? Like, oh, 2 of the closest people I knew in this city died? Eh. I think he was scoffing at the points that he got from the shot and not so much their bodies, but that still threw me for a loop. I learned to live without my family. Apparently. You're over here accusing people of having a skill issue because they didn't just armor lock. Samaj would have said that sucks. That's what you get for trusting a woman. So it was Stacy all along. Now, Rockin' House, you're thinking of Red Dusk. Red Dusk is the one that has a problem with women. That's not a Samaj thing. Especially not if the woman was like, hey, you know, I'll play DMC4. Samaj would be like, oh, well, clearly she's the only reliable source of information in the room. So how do RE protagonists consume the ground herbs? I have no idea because I don't play RE. I don't know how these magical herbs work. Also, why am I hearing gunshots? Who's firing? What? Oh, I guess the Phenotrans? Oh, you know what? I cannot deal with... Oh. Oh, thank you for announcing that you're reloading. I really appreciate that. It goes a long way. When your bullets don't matter. Let me put beer and wine in there. What does that give us? Quick step still? It's kind of dumb. All right, let's get that blue. I'm gonna try and go for, I want to say 2 painkillers for this because I believe there is a boss fight that comes with this. Because I played this before, I just forgot about the plot twist. If I recall correctly, the way it works in the original Dead Rising one is that it's actually or in Dead Rising 2, it's actually Sullivan that's the villain, and then the like I guess Stacy is the one that you're with. Like they flip-flop the roles of the characters, and then specific ones die and specific ones don't. It also changes how the overtime mode works. I believe the boss fight is also completely different. Oh boy. Oh, he's locked in, boys. You trying to get this DMC5 girl to play DMC4? She won't. Hope we cook him like the Greens. Now, the woman would have said, let's play the DMC reboot. Was best Dante players in 5. I want to say there's a lot of female DMC fans, surprisingly. Yeah, a lot of that has to do with 5. I think it's just the fact that 5 just went out of its way to, like, if DMC4 was the game that went out of its way to sexualize, like, a lot of the female characters, DMC5 definitely did the same thing, but for the male characters. So it was only a matter of time before a lot of female fans came into the series. Which, I mean, that's fine. Like, it's a great series. But, that shouldn't be surprising for anybody. I heard rumors the Marvel movies aren't doing too great after Guardians of the Galaxy. It depends on the movie. Frank really is a practitioner of the Drunken Fist. He has to be. If he read a book about it, probably. No matter the alcohol, it's always quick step. It actually depends on the alcohol. So if you get beer and beer, it's painkiller. If you get vodka and vodka, it's random mixer, and if you get wine and wine, it is I believe quick step. I think whiskey together is Spitfire. So even different types of alcohol create different mixed juices. You ate my barber. What? MC4 has the best looking though. Art style wise, I agree in some ways, but not for others. Like I think the MT framework is a great engine. Why am I throwing up? What the hell? Oh, I know why that happened. I know why that sus nonsense just happened. Frank would be the perfect bartender? No. I've covered wars, you know, as he cleans your glass. The Michael Jackson retcon was weird for Morrison, but he was cool. Honestly, the Michael Jackson retcon made him better. He was definitely more entertaining as a character, as a black dude, than he was as like a white dude whose only personality trait was, "Hey Dante, where's my money?" Like no, because like that was his whole thing. Was like his whole position was just, "Hey Dante, where's my money?" And like I'm like, okay, but like that can't be your own character trait during the DMC anime when every other person interacting with Dante is like, "Hey Dante, where's my money?" Like, your defining character trait can't be asking him for money if everyone else is asking him for money. That undervalues your character. By Morrison. So, money. Where's the money? He's also, like, so gruff. Like, I feel like they took Morrison's character and just adapted that into DMC5 Dante. And then they made Morrison a black dude and gave him a new character. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's honestly an improvement. Because they took a worse character and they added it to Dante's character, and then they made a better character with it. Morrison is Morrison is just like the actual fucking like meme character that you would expect to be in DMC, where like everything he says is a one-liner is just iconic. He's like, "I got a gig, cash up front." You're like, oh yeah, that's money. He also dresses a lot nicer. He's a lot more serious. We generally can tell from his tone and the writing of the galleries that he does care a lot more about people and he's more professional about it. Like, even though he has almost no voice lines, I like Morrison way more as a character in 5 with almost no voice lines compared to all the voice lines he had in the anime. That's just kind of strange to me. Black Morrison is too powerful. Yes, he's gained the power to pimp people.
Nice heft.
It's also well, he's not like a... Is he wearing a fedora? I'm trying to remember what his hat is. The power of his hat. Like, the ladies love his hat. A good retcon. A fantastic retcon, actually. No! Who would have thought that a ninja could not outrun bullets? Shocking. Kind of want to know about the lady in red who Virgil's judgment nut in with. What is her and Virgil's relationship? I also wanted to be a playable character somehow. I don't know if I wanted to be a playable character, but I would have wanted an expansion on it. Well, I hate to spoil your dreams, ladies, but that shit ain't gonna happen. Wait, was he in the anime? I thought he was only DMC 1's novel. No, he was never in 1's novel. Morrison's character was only ever in the DMC anime. Now, he fulfills the same role as Morrison in 5. The difference is that, like, all of the scenes in 5, he makes so much more of an impression with his tone, his apparel, and just his voice acting. It just feels a lot better. Funny enough, Black Morris is still voiced by a white dude. That's fucking hilarious. I guess I could tell that, sort of, so he could dodge bullets. Not when he's in the ninja outfit. Not enough lessons in the ninja dodo. Are you suggesting that I'm a third-rate ninja with fourth-rate skills? You wouldn't be implying that, would you, Silicross? You wouldn't be implying that my skills are not up to the challenge, would you? Mm-hmm. Because that would be madness, insanity, one might say. So lock in. Oh, he's calling me out. I probably should have gotten that other weapon. Where am I going? I destroyed all these over here. Virgil was probably lonely, which is why he gave in to the lady in red. She probably told him, like, hey, would you like to know about Sparta? And then he realized, like, there was more than one thing he was interested in. Game mechanics is a bitch. So if Black Morrison is voiced by a white dude, then it's panty and stocking with the garb belt effect. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. I just need to know where this harvester is. Oh, there it is. Dude, I don't know if you know this, but you're actually supposed to be defending the generator. Crazy idea. Alright, guys. It's time to achieve greatness. The laser sword.
Yeah.
A show where a guy is voiced, where a black guy is voiced by Chris Sabat. Also, who's Morrison? Please don't tell me you asked who Morrison is. Like Morrison from DMC5. The guy that gives you the job. The man who demands cash up front. The man, the meme, the legend himself. He could just have that one line, and he'd still be more valuable than Anime Morrison. Not gonna lie, I found the DMC anime to be disappointing, as I found it to be wasted potential, like Sparta appearances only appearing one episode. I think DMC anime was fine. It had a lot of pretty good ideas, and the whole point of it was just to show what Dante's lifestyle looks like when he's going on his jobs. as well as a lot of nice references to things in the series, along with like added lore and appearances of several characters. That's really all the anime needed to be. Just an expansion of the lore and something new that we hadn't seen before, which was Dante's like work and lifestyle. Okay, DMC5 Morrison should be a playable character. He should. Like, if they said he was not, like, this wasn't canon and he actually wasn't playing like this, I'd be completely fine with that. I just want him playable as a meme. Oh, I can't combine it. It's a problem. Your sensei sure knows how to deploy a laser blade on the go. Yes. That was well taught. If you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna eat some pie over here. I don't remember his name. Yeah, clearly. Seems 5 Morrison's gameplay has to be him hauling out the demon ladies to defeat his foes. It's him showing up and just throwing like wadded bills at you, saying like cash up front. He throws Patty at you, and he'll throw like paperwork and stuff, and his hat. They don't even have to like make it new assets. They could just like retexture Dr. Faust's hat and just use it as like a thing. Black and white voice actors voicing the opposite skin tone is fairly common. For example, Ray Fox in this original was voiced by a black dude. I'm aware. I'm just saying that like that's still funny considering the guy got race swapped. Patty should be playable. Never. Dead Rising? Yes, the dead are rising. He just summons Trish and Lady as Griffin and Shadow used by V. No. You get Morrison and it's just V. It's just V. Like, he plays exactly the same as V. But he just controls Lady and Trish. Actually, that would look so cursed to see, like, Lady or Trish flying with their arms. Oh my god. That would look like some nightmare fuel. Could you hear Trish? Can you imagine, like, it now? DMC5 Trish flying in the air, or like flapping her arms, just going, fuck yeah. Patty as Griffin. You're gonna clean up this room right now. Dante, I want some ice cream right now. Lady of Shadow. Yeah, that would be silly. Now, where is that motorcycle? Why are all the vehicles at the bottom of this thing? Is there any more harvesters down here? I think that's the last one. Ooh, I got healed. Yes, more attack damage. Yes. Yeah, let me show you how to use that gun, fool. Oh, wait. Now I know what I need. Hold up. This is what you need with the blast frequency gun. That's what it was. Right, where's hold up. Stop trying to eat me. Okay, there's one over there. Where is the blast frequency gun? Okay. I'm combining a sonic weapon that I do not know the technologies of with a electric quad that I probably don't know anything aside from a layman's understanding of, and I have now created a fully functional lightning gun. Oh shit. My mistake. I have to go get the other thing. There's a blast frequency gun out over here somewhere. Yes. Massively hypersonic Frank West, let's go. I mean, that doesn't make him massively hypersonic. At least, not in his combat speed. Hang on, I gotta get something. I am back. And I have Chacon. Oh, if you guys thought that electric gun was silly, wait until you see what I get next. It was just a blast frequency gun with an electric prod, but I believe it becomes significantly more powerful when you add a laser sword to it. Where is it? Where did I put the weapon? Lightning gun. Oh no. Hang on. I need the lightning rod. And the only way to get it is inside of an erotica shop. Oh, chainsaw. All right. So we've already established that this feat of ingenuity doesn't make sense. All right, everybody watching. So I took a blast frequency gun that I don't understand, don't have any awareness of the engineering or the science behind it, as well as the electric prod, and put them together. Now, watch me do the same thing with this other laser sword that is made from a gem and a flashlight, which doesn't make sense either. And I'm going to combine that one into this. Frank West, everybody. This man never stops. Why are you guys talking about PSW? What's nice you got, Mangler? I have chicken tenders. Worst devil arm? Probably Gilgamesh. I'm sorry, what did Frank create this time? Frank created a laser gun. It's literally made from two different combo weapons. You take a laser sword and a lightning gun, one of which is made from a blast frequency gun, a highly advanced sonic weapon that uses a projection system and an energy system that Frank doesn't understand or shouldn't be able to understand, combine it with an electric rod that he probably still doesn't have a complete understanding of, and he makes the lightning gun. He also takes some gems he found on the ground or in a jewelry store, combines it with a dollar store flashlight, and that makes a solid beam of light in the form of a laser sword. And then he combines those two makeshift objects together, which achieve a level of science that he would be capable of comprehending, and he made a more advanced weapon with both of them. That shouldn't be possible. Can someone clarify on Argosaki's backstory, especially being the primordial chaos? He's just the primordial chaos. That's what his name translates to. He just wants to return everything to the chaos. There's not really anything to clarify. Dino nuggets? There are no dino nuggets here. Light speed to FTL, Frank West, let's go. Okay, you understand that when someone says light speed to FTL, Jeremy, they usually mean their speed, not the fact that they have a weapon that fires that fast. Frank versus Agnes in a build destroy would be ridiculous. Oh, yes. Just be Agnes being like, how do you keep building this technology if you don't understand how it works? And Frank's like, I've covered wars, As if that's supposed to explain anything that he understands. And Agnes is like, you imbecile. Something. Like stutters out the words. Why do you not have dino nuggets, Michael? I don't know what these dino nuggets are. What do you keep? What are you talking about? What's a dino nugget? That doesn't sound healthy at all. Don't know dino nuggets? No. You guys are acting like this is like the find of the century. It's like, oh, he doesn't know dino nuggets. If something's called a dino nugget, that doesn't sound entirely healthy. They're delicious. I'm sure they are. Listen, guys, I don't go out and look for, specific exotic foods. Oh, wait, look. Some foods. Let's combine some beer with some beer. And we will make painkiller. All right, let's combine whiskey with whiskey, and we shall make. Oh, never mind. That makes painkiller too. Ah, nectar. Well, I guess I don't really need that. Need these boxing gloves. Trust me, guys, it's important. It's very, very important that I have these boxing gloves. Now, where are the knives? There's got to be a knife around here. Can I just use any knife? Or do I have to use hunting knives specifically? Shouldn't be that hard to find a knife. This is a chef's knife. That's too good. That is a katana. I don't know what that's doing in here. Chef's knife. Why isn't there just a normal knife in a kitchen or in a restaurant? That seems like a perfectly logical place to put a knife. If not here, then where else? I need a cookbook rather than cooking things spontaneously. Dino nuggets are great, Hal. Mangler, explain to Jeremy the BS that Bulma pulled off in Diama. Oh, yeah. I'll explain that in a sec. Okay, so the idea that Bulma can fix magical stuff isn't that crazy when you consider she did make the Dragon Radar, you know, the thing to find magical orbs? Yeah, I guess, but like, that was, she only did that like one time when she was younger and then like never again. So basically, Bulma gets access to a machine that can take you to the demon realm that works entirely off of magic, and she doesn't even understand how magic functions, and she's able to basically fuel it, repair it, and make it work so that they can take it back to the demon realm, even though she is a scientist that mostly operates under the laws of physics and like things of their given universe. So there's no real reason she should understand magic at all. Even if magic still abides by the laws of physics, she wouldn't understand how that fuel source works, and she can do it even when she's trapped in a child's body. Well, actually, I guess being in a child's body didn't really degrade her intelligence. She's like the only one that didn't actually suffer a consequence of being younger, other than the fact that it just makes her shorter. Alright guys, I gotta find a knife. This is not a knife. Oh, you know what? This will help me get through there. Oh no, it's too slow. Why are you guys discussing server stuff? This is the Dead Rising stream. Wonder where Zim is. It's 2:49. He should have been back by now. Oh yeah, he was kind of tired. I told him to go get some sleep. So he probably took a nap, then went to the restroom. But he should be back by now. Yeah, I gotta find that knife. Where is the knife? Oh wait, no, there's one over here. Perfect. This is a chef's knife. You know what? You know what? This is fine. Get off. Actually, hang on. Wait. I got an idea. Why don't I just run over there to where the snipers are? I'm pretty sure they have knives there. All right. I've got 2 knives, a Bowie knife and a chef's knife. If the chef's knife works, I'm going to be a little bit upset. Just because it could have worked that entire time.
Forgive me for being late. I received some of the best news I could have had today.
Did you sleep during that interim?
I did. I took about an hour nap, went to go shower, then I spent the last 30 to 40 minutes enjoying my victory. Oh,
Your victory of sleep?
No, I had terrible sleep last night. Barely got any sleep this morning. No, I'm fully energized because the fucking greatest fucking Q&A could have come out. That just, it was beautiful. Okay, so...
Oh, damn it. All of the knives work with the boxing gloves.
Good for you.
Anyway,
Right.
go ahead. I'm upset now.
You all know a tiny little series called One Piece, I'm sure. So,
Sure.
there was a
I've heard of it.
There was a fight a while back in the recent arc between Kizaru and Luffy, right? You know, you're all familiar with that.
Oh, yes.
Everyone talks about it. The young fanboys have been arguing for the longest time that Luffy one-shot Kizaru and that was it. Like, the admirals don't compare. Now, obviously, us admiral fans have reading comprehension, so we knew he was holding back the whole time, a bunch of other shenanigans. But at one point during the arc, after the fight's over, Kizaru is left on the ground and Luffy is completely weak. He needs food to get his energy back. We never see who gives him the food. But all we see is that all of his friends are paralyzed and Kizaru goes from laying down to sitting up on his feet. Or not sitting up on his feet, but he's back to sitting up. So, Oda confirmed today that Kizaru was the one who gave him the food. So in the span of time that people thought Kizaru couldn't move at all, Kizaru traveled at the speed of light, got a bunch of food, and gave it to Luffy with no one seeing him. Not a single top tier saw him. So this just confirms that Kizaru was not only holding back during the arc, but it also confirms that attack did not drop him the way people were claiming. Admirals did not get one-tapped. Kizaru could have killed Luffy in that fucking arc if he wanted.
So, I don't know if it confirms that he's holding back, but it definitely doesn't confirm that Luffy walked on him if Kizaru literally gave him the food he needed to live. I think that's kind of like the deal breaker right there. Like when your enemy has to give you food for you to recover from something, I feel like that's it doesn't necessarily have to be out of pity, but that kind of is indicative of how much control they have over the situation.
Well, so, for context in the arc, how dare you, I did not say fanboys or fanboys. I said, Yonko fanboys. How dare you? So, by the way, Mangler, I heard that there was a scan from POC that says Virtual transcends dimensions or something. I was told you know about it.
Yeah, I was the one that found it. Yeah, it's just his description for his avatar frame. It just says transcending the boundaries of dimensions to reach the apex of might. This is the goal he has relentlessly pursued all of his life. So it's just referring to Virgil's like level of power.
Yeah.
Anyway, continues him.
Well, no. So for context, because you don't read One Piece, or at least you don't actively read it.
I don't read it. let's go with that.
During the arc, Kizaru has to kill his best friend and everyone he cares for. He doesn't want to do that, but he has to because it's his orders. So what more than likely happened is the reason Kizaru gave Luffy the food is because he wanted Luffy to save his friend. That's also why he stayed down for like 5 chapters, so that way no one would fucking suspect that he did it and that he wouldn't have to help actively kill his friend.
Wait, Kizaru and Luffy are friends?
No, no.
Or
Kizaru has to kill Vegapunk, and Vegapunk is his friend.
did he just do that before he fought Luffy?
No, he hadn't killed. Vegapunk is still alive at the time Kizaru gives Luffy the food, but his orders are to kill Vegapunk. But he doesn't want to.
Yes.
So he's giving the food to Luffy so that Luffy can potentially save Vegapunk.
Hmm. I
That
see.
would be the reason, but oh yeah. It seems Aviator is asking for the scan.
Hang on, I got it. Give me a moment.
Yeah, but nah, it's just been the fucking funniest because the Admiral fans on the Power Scaling subreddit are posting all the fucking comments from Yonko fans talking shit about the food theory and fucking calling just young like Admiral fans fucking copers and shit. And they are just fucking steamrolling that subreddit right now. They are destroying their opposition.
Yeah, it's just in the avatar frame. So when you go into the game and you try to check your avatar picture in the top right hand corner, all the pictures have descriptions, and that's the description for Endless Judgment, Virgil.
There. Just post in the general chat so that way he can find it. Wait, Kizaru has feelings. He does. How far do you guys scale Virgil, Dante?
I just sent it to him directly.
Kings? At least 5 to 6D. Potentially higher with that Virgil statement and other arguments, but like comfortably 5D.
Yeah, what Zim said. I just say 60 because that's where the Demon Kings are.
Also, funnily enough, I heard you claim I was wrong.
I said you were wrong. So I was wrong in a way that you would agree, because you weren't. so let me explain. So in the GR video for that's not the GR video. It was, you were discussing Joker and Giorno, and you were explaining why like all the Almighty's ability is just bending like laws and manipulating laws, and why the reality override is simply reality warping. You're technically incorrect. The reality override isn't just reality warping. It's like a creation ability that just remakes reality in the image that you want and reasserts whatever part of reality that you want. At that point, it can basically affect any system or any law in the series. So I think you probably could have done a better job by explaining the reason why that affects GR is that GR just can't affect causality anymore if I rewrote the system of cause and effect. Like that was my main complaint. Other than that, you did a great job. Minor nitpicking. But please continue. Oh, am I really getting like destroyed here with?
I say 40 because I don't like complex DMC, lol. The difference between 40 and
Is
5.
that you don't like complex DMC, or do you not like DMC being complex? Get it?
Oh, speaking of complex, did you see the Netflix fucking animator or ID Sharks or whatever's comments regarding the DMC anime?
Hang on, I'm too busy fighting for my life. All right, this is ridiculous. Hang on.
Right, thrown up. So yeah.
All right, what about their comments? Sorry, I've murdered the people.
Well, have you seen what he said on Netflix about the anime that's coming out or no?
Adi Shankar?
Yes.
No. Is this like recent?
Yes, I believe it was very recent.
No.
So
I might have, but I don't know what you're referring to.
The lady information.
No, I have no idea.
Okay, so apparently the third DMC3 manga with Lady was actually finished, just never released for some reason. He had access to it while making the DMC anime, so the DMC anime will reveal more or less what happened in that manga. So we will see who trained Lady. and more of her backstory from what that manga was supposed to show us.
Yeah. I mean, that's to be expected. I mean, he's making a property from Capcom. They have to give him access of a little bit of the developer Bible. Otherwise, he wouldn't really be capable of making the product.
Well, now I'm just kind of wondering if now that fucking Itsuno's gone, if this is gonna end up like an Arcane situation where originally it's not canon, but probably like in a year or two, if they make another DMC game, the anime will be canon.
I have no idea. I would just say that the details that are going into it for Lady's portion probably would be if it's coming from a manga that was actually finished but just didn't get released. But I would only say that for the Lady portion. I would not say that for the rest of the anime. I don't know how would you want to take that? Because I'd have to see more information at the moment, but like that would be my general stance if what you're saying is completely true. Hello?
Yeah, no, that's true. No, yeah, it's from a Twitter statement he talked about. Lady's from the manga. Also, the rest of the anime is just non-canon. Lady isn't from the manga. Lady is in the manga. You understand that, right?
Okay, so Devil, when he says the manga, he's referring to the DMC3 manga's Volume 3 that never got released. Because Ladies was supposed to be released and it didn't. What Zim is saying is that we have confirmation that it was completely finished and it never got released to the public. So Capcom has always had it this entire time and they just never released it. So what do you all think of this scan? I just think that the scan confirms that dimensions in general in DMC require power in order to ascend them, which is that the relationship of superiority that you need to prove higher dimensions exist in a verse, and that dimensions don't really mean anything to like characters like Virgil, then subsequently the Demon Kings. There's also other statements in POC. Like there's a statement for the Sky Boundary that power has no limit and neither does the arena. So, like, it's reinforced even by statements in that game and by statements throughout the series that like the limitations on power have never really been bound to space, time, or dimensions.
The POC
We just never had a direct statement on it.
also aligned
Well, go
with
ahead.
Chen. Yeah.
Yeah, like Chen directly says, I'm going to transcend all time and all dimensions. I mean, yeah, that would have been referring to the multiverse, but like technically that would include anything existing within the multiverse, which would include the higher and lower dimensions as well.
When was it said to have boundless dimensions? I think he just quoted it, or at least his argument.
I didn't say it had boundless dimensions. What I said is that Virgil transcends the boundaries of dimensions, reaching the apex of might. So dimensions in their entirety are just being completely surpassed
So that's beyond
by Virgil.
personality. I think if we were to take it at face value, it would just mean that any level of dimensionality. No, Devil said it. Oh, I see. No, I think being as fair and at face value as possible, you would just argue that DMC characters could break through dimensional barriers. So let's say you put let's say DMC characters are 4D and they fight a 5D character. If that 5D character doesn't one-shot them immediately, you could make an argument that they would just eventually become 5D, even just by like that first hit.
It would also mean that there's no limitation on their range as far as their attacks.
It would be
Because
more akin to a Hax, where if they survive long enough, they could probably close the gap in power between any opponent they're fighting. Assuming their opponent doesn't have, like, you know, Saitama shit, where they also just get exponentially stronger as the fight goes on. But even then, like, you could just argue DMC would close the gap faster, given how power works in DMC.
It also kind of renders a lot of 1A statements for other verses kind of null and void, because most 1A statements don't actually have something as definitive as what Virgil's does. So if you were to argue a 1A position for most verses using dimensional statements, you'd have to argue the same thing for DMC, given the contents of what that statement says. So it's not so much that statement inherently grants you 1A, but if you try to argue 1A stuff, You have to be consistent with it. Is what I'm saying.
Once you can establish a hierarchy of lower versus higher dimensional layers and have a total totality statement that characters surpass dimensions of the category, especially all possible dimensions, that is dimensionality pyramid. Period. So no, because Virgil's still bound by dimensionality. It's just that he would be able to bypass, theoretically anyway, any dimensional tier that goes up against him if he survives long enough. Because again, let's say DMC characters are like 9D.
Where's the
Let's go 9D
Where's
statement.
the save point?
If a fucking
Oh, it's over
like
there.
20th dimensional character shows up and blows them the fuck up and has a way to stop all their abilities, Virgil's dead. Virgil's not gonna fucking transcend that boundary, getting blown the fuck up Dr. Manhattan style. Now, if let's say that character can't stop healing factors or can't stop the other hacks, then Virgil probably would just close that gap eventually. But actually, how does that actually? What's your guys' take on higher dimensionality bypasses? What's your guys' take on higher dimensionality bypassing lower dimensionality hacks?
I generally think like a higher dimension doesn't need to. I know you're waiting on them, but like my take usually is that higher dimensionality doesn't invalidate the existence of a hex because you still exist in the lower dimensions of that, the lower access points of that dimension. It's just that there would be a portion of your existence that's not being affected by the hacks. Unless higher dimensionality in your verse is established to just completely ignore hacks of a lower dimension entirely. Just on the basis of being more powerful, not just like being on a different grid.
DMC characters will at least have beyond dimensional existence as a physiology, but that wouldn't necessarily automatically have out-of-versal tiering. Also depends on layers of hacks too. It doesn't stop the hacks from working on the parts of you and their dimensions. That's fair.
Where is the?
In any of these arguments, you'd have to lower yourself dimensionality wise, anyways. Technically, unless you just fucking nuke them from orbit or something.
I have been wearing this ninja outfit
I am ready to party.
this entire time. I wouldn't say I nearly ruined the harvest. I would say I entirely ruined the harvest.
Oh, I didn't see this message. Hang on. That's weird. I didn't even get a notification for it. I think it depends on how long your books are gonna be.
My body is cropping through the back of the wooden chair. It's like you can see the black literally fading in.
I think a little bit longer in your case could work.
Dude, look, there it is.
Let's see. I just paired the Virgil statement with Chen's statement for outer arguments. In their true form, demons are stated to be like staring to infinity as well, so it makes sense of physiology since Chen covers it for being beyond all puzzle dimensions, just makes easy consistency. When VSP states arrange things, since higher D things have infinitely more volume than lower D things, lower D hacks would be affecting infinitely small parts of the higher D things, basically affecting nothing. No, I mean, like, how does that work? Like, so let's say the hacks is a healing factor. If a higher dimensional being can't negate a healing factor, do you argue, like, let's say DMC healing factor for, a more direct comparison. If the higher dimensional character can negate that healing factor, does the DMC character just keep coming back, or do we just argue because they're higher dimensionality, they just kill them on a more complete level and they can't come back from that? Man, I want to talk shit to Frank West.
So what? He dragged you into this?
Even then, just because you're a higher dimension doesn't automatically mean you can destroy lower dimensions easily. Technically yes, technically no. It regens entire dimensionality anyway. Well, no, because my thought process is, if I were to fucking erase a picture of Wolverine, his healing factor's not going to work, like that, because that's the kind of logic we use for higher dimensionality. The fucking fighting Mangler.
I am fighting a mech, I think.
What's up, Kyle? Sorry I haven't gone back to you there. No, he was talking to me. But yeah, Kyle, I gave you the answer. It depends on how long your chapters are normally. You are fighting a mech. What the fuck is this? Was this the original Dead Rising 2?
No. It's off the record exclusive boss. Final boss of the game.
Suspicious.
I just don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
Devil, are you gonna be free later to stream tonight or no? Just I was asking now since you're already in the chat. Should be, yeah. Alright, cool.
Oh.
And you can manage to get through some more card design fixes last night, so that's nice. Holy fucking weird though, you guys just randomly showed up though.
Oh, I see. I have to hit the lights underneath the handles on that.
No? Muy bien, man. Muy bien que no te has cancer.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Alright, guys, painkiller time.
What? Sí, Masado. Oh, got this?
But what the fuck is that freaking mech? A nightmare.
4:30 a las 5 cada fucking Tuesday? ¿Por qué? ¿Qué quieres tú? I showed up. Did you show up, Devil? Because I thought the other people who showed up was Mangler, Kyle, Celicross, and the other one.
No, we had like 10 or 11 people here for like an hour.
Oh, no. I meant my call with Newman last night, not the stream here.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't think Devil showed up to that. Unless it was after I left.
I don't think so, because after you guys left, it was just fucking the other guy there for a bit. Don't know what his Discord name is. Saying the hierarchy negates the killing factor of a weird character, the weird character gets slammed. R to F is the only means to arrive at dimensional comparison. You also will miss out on ending S if you don't give TK his Ombrax like now. I think TK is dead.
Not yet.
I'm not gonna lie, this fight's way better than TK's and that other dude's fight, Dead Rising 2. Oh no, didn't show up for that. I was trying to de-stress over life and get rest for the day. Nah, you good, man. That's why I was confused.
Wow, that's some steam.
Yeah, sorry about our conversation being cut short that night. My brother out of nowhere showed up and started lecturing, or started basically trying to tell me that I wasn't talking to you correctly. And I was just like, I understand that you're trying to be helpful, but like, could you please let me talk? Nah, I wasn't talking to you correctly that night on the Discord when we were messaging on Discord. Apparently, I wasn't talking to you correctly, so I just had, like, we ended up getting into an argument about that where I was just like, can you please not tell me how to talk to my friends? I've known this man for years. If he needed other support, he would have gone to someone else. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Alicia. Take care. Sorry, man.
I'm not gonna get an opening on this one. Oh.
What do you mean not talking correctly? Apparently he thought I should just listen to, like, your issues and not do anything about it. But I'm like, that's not how I do things. Devil knows that. If Devil
Did he even know the context of what you were talking about?
He heard some of my responses back and just started talking based on that because it had things to do with Devil's life. And I was just like, listen, Devil knows what I'm about. He knows what we're all about. If he needed someone to just listen to his problems, I'm sure he has someone for that. If I wanted that, I would have talked to a wall. Yeah, so that's why that conversation got cut short. It was just a really weird moment where I had to explain to my brother that, like, he doesn't get the vibe or, like, of how we talk to each other. We know who to go for different things. If Devil's talking to me, it's because he's talking to me to talk to me.
Crazy.
I know, it's almost like we've known each other for years or something, and, like, I went to his wedding. It's crazy.
I probably need to find a way to actually hit this mech.
Could have called him and said what I said here. No, because it wasn't supposed to be a long conversation. It's just that like he didn't mean anything bad by it, but I think he's just trying. I think he's just trying to be like, oh, you could be better, and I'm like, but if this is fine, like, what do you mean be better? I'm talking to my friend about things. Like, what am I supposed to do here?
Stop it. Be better.
Be better. Yeah. Yeah. So that's why that conversation went randomly. That's why I stopped messaging back like randomly that night, cause fucking that happened. Also, my internet seems to be fixed now for the most part. It looks like they finally fixed the fucking problem.
Oh, I got a gun. This could help. Doesn't seem like I'm hitting on the outsides. It seems like the hitbox changed. Alright. Oh! Oh, that's the first time that's hit me today. Oh my goodness.
We talk all our stuff, we saw what we did, and don't sugarcoat stuff. Don't care about conversations. Yeah, he just didn't understand that. I tried to end it sooner, but no, he seemed vehemently convinced that there was something wrong. And I was just like, please, you don't know the vibe of the group. Please, I've known this man for years. I know how this works. You don't have to lecture me on how to talk to my friend here.
No. Oh wow, that did a lot more damage. Why didn't I lead with these weapons? I am a failure. Alright, are you done? Finally? Oh boy. There's a third phase?
Yeah, just letting you know.
Oh, I have to play a quick time event.
That way you just don't freaking like wonder like why the fuck did he fucking just randomly stop messaging back. So just for clarity's sake as well, I will not be there will be no streams with Kyle this weekend, and I will not be here for Kyle's Thursday stream again. I will be going to San Diego to lose at the One Piece tournament that I paid for. We didn't miss yesterday with us going over how everyone at DBZ has created the original techniques except for the Sun family. No, that's gotta be wrong.
Yeah. Gohan doesn't create any original techniques either. He steals them just like his father does.
Is the Moncinco not his original technique? Is that Piccolo's?
That's Piccolo's.
Hang on, no, you're wrong.
Yes, because he also knows Masenko. Where do you think he learned it from?
Hang on. Okay, are we talking like real techniques or any named attack from like a Dragon Ball fighting game?
any named attack from like the anime or the manga. I think Goten also falls into this as well.
No. Ultimate Gohan technically had a technique. I don't know if it was named, but he does have the like sort of concussive air blast. He's the only one who uses it.
I'm talking about like the main timeline Gohan.
Ura. Ultimate Gohan's no longer main timeline Gohan. What are your thoughts on people on Reddit and Twitter calling Virgil an evil villain? He never was. I mean, you can call Virgil a villain, sure, but like,
Loaded.
he wasn't an evil villain. Because
Can't
Virgil
even call him
never
a villain.
intended to do anything evil. If he could open the demon world and demons wouldn't come out, he would do that. It's just a byproduct of him getting what he wants.
As Adi Shankar put it, like I think Adi Shankar had a conversation with someone about this where they're like, I like writing anti-heroes, and he was describing Virgil as an anti-hero, and this guy's like, Virgil's a villain because he does villainous things like gaining power, and it's like gaining power isn't a villainous thing. He has a logical reason to gain power.
A lot of people are arguing that that's his troll account because he states that he did state on Twitter that that account he uses for trolling, but we'll see about that.
I would just argue that's factual information. It doesn't matter if he's trolling. He's objectively right.
Well, no, because that was his stance. That was his stance when he first made the fucking when he first got the rights to it all those years ago.
Yeah. I just
Yeah, I'm aware. Like
there needs to be
a lot of people's position for Virgil has been a little bit more charitable in recent years, but it's been a predominant position that he achieves power and that's just considered immoral. But everything in DMC, everything in reality, is governed by an excessive use of power. The only way to move forward in society is to have power. So to say having or acquiring power is in and of itself evil is not only a genuinely baffling, ignorant take, it's also just objectively wrong.
There's a bunker full of survivors in Fortune City. I need rescue choppers. And I need them right now. Before that fire.
Isn't it just a reality mangler? Well, no. If the logic of searching for power is inherently evil, then people are going to argue Goku's evil.
Yeah, you would have to argue Goku and every like main anime antagonist and most video game protagonists are just evil because they want to get stronger.
I never realized that my Final Fantasy crew was some fucking group of monsters.
Have the bodies been loaded? What about TK?
Oh wait. Did I get the wrong ending?
Yeah.
Can't wait any longer! Get back on the chopper! I gotta go get TK! He's got a lot to answer for!
Yeah, you didn't get him the fucking Zombrex.
Why am I losing to just TK?
No fucking way Frank West loses like that. Fuck out of here.
To be fair, it's not the real ending.
It's still fucking ridiculous that like Frank West, who's mowed down hundreds of zombies, can't just immediately fucking mow this one.
You actually fight stronger zombies than him that have mutated further by the gases.
Sí, son bolsas de aire.
Bro, Frank just made a flat chest joke. Did he really?
Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention. Why is he struggling versus a zombified TK? Should be easier. Yeah, I know. It's okay, guys. That's not the ending that we're aiming for. Let me just reload. Can I skip this? Okay, it's not giving me the ability to skip.
Alright, we're gonna mute this trash.
All right. Hang on one sec. I'm just going to reload that from the save. Man, I can't wait till you play Case West. Bold of you to assume I'm going to be playing Case West.
You cannot skip Peak Mangler. Of course, Samaj likes it. No. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I better go back and give him the Zombrex then.
Probably should.
Also, when it comes to making decisions about power as well, generally, to argue someone's a villain, primarily a villain, you have to produce evidence that what they do in the actions that they perform in the context of the story are overall worse for the world than it would be if they had not done those actions. And that's just characteristically false when it comes to Virgil. None of his actions are the worse outcome than what would have been done if he had chosen to do nothing. Even when he fails. Because it is overall a better outcome for the world that Sparta's sword is found by the demon hunters and by either him or Dante than it is for it to sit in the demon world and collect dust.
Oh my god, he wasn't fucking kidding.
What?
The Vatican has unveiled the official mascot of the Holy Year 2025, Luce. Now, Luce is a chibi anime character with blue hair, blue eyes, in a raincoat with green rain boots, a staff, and a cross around their neck. Oh my! The church unironically made an anime OC.
Did you just say the Vatican?
The Vatican made a fucking anime OC to get young people to get involved in Christianity and Catholicism.
Bro,
No.
I knew they were pandering, but that's fucking hilarious.
Alright. Where's the slice of life anime where this character has to fight demons and convert sinners to Catholicism? When is the anime dropping?
I was going to say, like, if they want to convert young people, why not just make an actual successful anime?
Bro, just
proving why demons and sinners are just wrong.
Demon hunting anime. Give me like a Persona-esque vibe to it. I promise you. Vatican,
Money.
hire me. I promise you I can get you a fucking big shot. That's called Hellsing Ultimate. True.
Where is TK? All right, you fool. I've given you Zombrex. Now don't eat me.
The only reason we're keeping you alive is because...
Actually, it's just we need information, but...
Oh, that's fucking...
Well, now I have leverage.
Whoever handful I was interested working to support the orphanage. My bitch just finally put me in a group chat, but I think I finally muted it. We'll see. Lol. Damn. The betrayal? No.
Yeah, provide a justification for why Alexander Anderson is as crazy as he is.
Don't mess with the face.
So a lot of people kind of just assume that Anderson is based on the prequel manga that the author created, where it's a character who looks a lot like Alexander Anderson, but he's a drug dealer who is hiding from a rival mafia, and so he takes the place of a priest with the nun. It is a hentai, so the nun ends up being raped, but he ends up killing the people who rape her and ends up changing over his life, I believe, at the end of the manga. A lot of people assume that's the backstory for Alexander Anderson in Hellsing because it looks exactly like the character. And no, Samaj, Samaj, I'm not fucking telling you should like your fucking family. Believe me, I am not the guy who fucking is gonna argue for that one. Believe me. But no, it's just no. So yeah, that's what people assume his backstory is. Even if it's not exactly one to one, that's what a lot of people have just written it up was. And to be honest, I think it's pretty valid. I love my family. That's good, Jeremy. Look, Jeremy. I'm not saying you shouldn't love your family or that you shouldn't care for your family. I'm just saying not all families deserve the same amount of love and care. It's the same problem where a lot of people are like, oh, fucking, like, oh, you should listen to parents and shit like that. No, not all parents are built equal. Let's make that damn fucking clear. Listen, guys. At the end of the day, everything in life, love for a parent or respect for a parent is not fucking guaranteed. That has to be fucking earned. Now, parents just have to do the bare fucking minimum to get that, though. I'll keep it a buck with you. Parents do not have to be the greatest in the world for you to fucking respect and care for them. But man, there are some parents out there that fucking suck.
You also don't have to love your parent to want to criticize them. These things are not like mutually exclusive.
Parents will act like they are, but they are not.
Yeah, like just because you criticize them, that does not mean you don't care for your parents. As much as your parents try to say otherwise.
No. Parents don't deserve fucking no. Parents should not inherently be given respect or inherently trusted with shit. They have to earn that shit. There are some absolute fucking monsters for parents, and there are some absolute dog shit parents. Now, to be clear, not every dog shit parent deserves to be fucking hated. Some parents are just fucking stupid. Some of them are just bad and they don't know better. I felt the loved ones in creative Rin. True. Having the book. Every kid deserves parents, but some parents don't deserve kids. Exactly.
That's a better way of putting it, yeah. Some people are just not really cut out to be parents, or maybe they were, but then some events in their life made it not so.
It's not hard being a parent, guys. It's really not. Just listen to your fucking kid, don't be a fucking dick to them, and punish them appropriately. I guarantee you it'll work out just fine. I guarantee you. It's not that fucking hard to raise a fucking kid. A lot of fucking people are here like it's fucking super hard raising a kid. No, it's fucking not. You were a kid once. You know what works and what fucking doesn't. This is the same problem with how fucking teachers and shit, where it's like, it's almost like everyone fucking forgets the second they become a teacher or become a parent what it was like being a fucking kid. Never fucking understood that shit.
Where's the save room?
No. Look, every kid deserves a parent. If that kid ends up being a little shit, though, and ends up becoming a fucking monster, because I'm going to keep it a buck with you, I don't think kids are fucking innocent. Is it mommy and daddy just confirmed? No, I have a great relationship with my mother and father. Not the rest of my family. My outside family, not really. But my immediate family, I have a good relationship with all of them. Look, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you guys. Every kid deserves a chance, but not every kid deserves multiple chances. I'm just gonna keep it a buck with you.
All right, here we go. Now this time we're gonna.
Oh, I've already told my dad and my mom, like, you fuckers, if you guys stab me in the back or kick me out or shit, that's the last you ever fucking hear from me. Huh?
I just gotta win.
Yeah.
I mean, I won last time, but yeah.
I've straight up fucking told them, hey, you fucking stab me. Like, listen, as long as you don't stab me in the back, we're cool. You stab me in the back, we're done. Listen, not every kid. Listen, a lot of people are like children are the future and shit. Listen, I'm just gonna tell you the way the world works. No blanket statement exists. Everyone should be given a chance, unless you know you have a really good reason otherwise. But when that chance fucking fails, we need to solve this fucking problem. And still, there was this. I talked about the story on stream before, and I've already talked about this. But like, there was this one girl who got fucking kidnapped by her neighbor, and the local kids at that neighborhood tortured her to death because they didn't know better. And I'm gonna keep it a fucking buck with you, bro. The fact that those kids weren't immediately fucking beaten within an inch of their life, no, no, I can't. There's no justice in that. I'm sorry, I don't care. The kids didn't fucking know better. They should know better. They should fucking know better. I'm sorry. Kids know when someone feels bad and shit by that point. They were like fucking 7 or 8. Those kids got like no repercussions. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. No. Not every fucking kid's a good. There are good kids. There are misguided kids. Some kids are fucking monsters, and they need to be treated as fucking such. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if like fucking that seems fucking harsh, but I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. It's why personally I kind of wish that fucking more teachers would encourage students to defend themselves from bullies too, because some bullies are just fucking not gonna stop. Throw those fucking hands, kid. He ain't gonna fucking stop. Throw those fucking hands. Do whatever it fucking takes. Humanity is a CPU and GPU analogy. But again, everyone deserves a chance, and a chance to change their ways. But when they fucking don't, we lock that shit down real fucking quick.
How did that hit me from around the corner?
Punishing Grey Raven collabing with DMC. It's pretty good. Punishing Grey Raven, I think, was a better game than POC. So it's nice DMC gets into a better mobile game.
Why am I? Oh, here we go.
But yeah. No. So, like, can we say that the powerful demon of the universe is called the fuck?
Hang on a sec.
A lot of Zoomer kids are fucking psychopaths. The internet ruined society.
POC's Indian channel. What up? POC's events lie later. According to Discord, nothing has changed. They literally made an announcement where they said that it's not going to affect any of the other servers, and it's just for China and not for the entirety of Asia. So.
No, we did not have good internet back then. No, we didn't. We had bare minimum internet. We had enough internet to do what we needed to do, and that was it. Let's be very fucking clear here on this one. The advancement of internet in the last 20 years alone is astronomical. Bro, in the early 2000s, AOL was still a competitor for internet. You guys remember AOL?
I kind of do. I don't remember what it was, but I know the name. I remember it getting mentioned and brought up a lot when it came to software and operating systems.
So here's what happened. More people, Ryan is here, yes. More people got access to more internet, and that led to more content creation. The problem is that also led to greed, and more people just trying to do... It ultimately stems back to greed, because people want to be famous and they want to make money. So what do? They do the stupidest shit you can think of that gets the most views, because they're just trying to get that click, that fucking high off. But it doesn't fucking work. If you're not happy with yourself, or you're not at peace with yourself, that ain't gonna fucking cut, Chief. You're always gonna want more. I know. Dude, this fucker better refund my fucking card.
No.
Well, no, because I ordered a card.
Keeping your money.
I ordered a card for $50 on TCG Player, and it hasn't It never showed up in the allotted time, so I sent the guy a message asking for a refund.
Like, hey man, that's $50. Give me.
Oh, if I get those $50 back, I'll be very happy. Well, it depends on. And some organizations don't want to advance products over the internet because they will lose money. We need a modern machinima to save YouTube. Honestly, Samaj, you joke, but yeah, modern machinima would be fucking static. I grew up when downloading at gigabytes was considered as fast, and before most people still had to go to the library to go on a computer. Didn't see those times is fucking huge. Yes, it's been fucking a massive change. Well, it depends on the country. Some people say 50% of taxes in the government. That's the good thing with being a pro player. The team pays taxes for you. Listen, I hate taxation, but if my taxes went to good shit, I would be more than happy to pay for it.
Got his arms.
Machinima was good before the original EU owners sold it to the Warner Bros. In LA. Yeah. It's because there's no passion anymore.
Wait. Warner Bros. Own Machinima now?
Probably like, yeah.
I mean, I've never looked into their ownership, so I wouldn't know. The vodka did not save me from the fire. It did not, in fact, save me from the fire. Did anyone else hear them get further and further away? Alright. Got you. Got you. Got you.
I just got a spam message where fucking a guy was like, "Hey, we have a package for you in USPS. If you want to come pick it up, click on this link." And the guy's actual name pops up. It's not USPS, and I'm like, "Okay, so then get the fuck off my fucking messages."
That always sucks when you're actually expecting a package and you get a UPS scam. I've had that happen before, and I was like, nice try. But I know when mine is coming. You just... got her. Yeah, I believe we were originally downloading like a few gigabytes per second. Now, some of us are able to download almost gigabytes per second with the fastest speed. We're literally talking a million times difference.
I get those USPS messages all the fucking time. Yeah, it has to be the scamming method. I was able to pay Peter and everything. I was ask Newen if he wants a bigger project before Christmas time, because I could start commissioning bigger stuff.
Alright, here we go.
Yeah, you can ask Lee questions, that's fine. I'm not worried about that.
What about TK?
No, honestly, I think I'm just gonna go back to playing League of Legends. I've kind of like, I stopped playing. I haven't played it since Vanguard because I didn't want to get Vanguard on my PC. But like, I kind of miss. I do miss playing Leagues. It was my favorite game
of all time.
No. I think to phrase it a little more different. It was my favorite multiplayer game because it was my favorite genre.
The body is missing. Okay, this one you're gonna have to mute.
If someone, oh, okay.
Unfortunately, I cannot skip this. So we're gonna have to just wait this out.
If someone plays for another team from their foreign country, but they still have residency in their country, how does it work? Do they pay you in your currency, or they don't pay you at all? So if you are playing for a foreign country and they still have residency in the former country, more than likely what happens, more likely what will happen is you will get paid in the currency you asked to be paid in. But more often than not, they'll just pay you in USD. Oh, dude, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 was a goated era. It's just that, like, fucking greedy ass Activision knew if they released Modern Warfare 2's multiplayer to the fucking world, that fucking no one would buy a new Call of Duty game. That's why they didn't fucking do it for the remaster. Oh yeah, I saw the loose from Yan. It's a fun design, but fuck me, that's so fucking cringe. Because why is well, hey, let me mute myself. All right, man, I'm gonna go brush my teeth. Guys, I'll be back.
All right, guys. Well, I'm here now, so ask me questions that I can answer, or at least attempt to. Ugh. I will be filling in the time when Zim is not. I mean, technically, he's the host of the stream, but obviously, when one of us is playing a game, we alternate. Try talking banter there is on the level of Halo 2. It's probably much, much worse than Halo's. I don't think Halo was ever as toxic as COD when it came to the mics. Mangler, are you the imposter because you are sus, or are you sus because you're the imposter? No comment. MW2 lobbies? With no context? Alright. Whatever that means. I really wish I had a skip button for this. Can I just say that the practice of video game companies making credits that you can't skip is kind of dumb. Why is that a practice? It's not a practice anymore, and I'm glad, but why was that ever a practice? Especially when, like, streaming was going to be a thing. So are you Zim's avatar like in DMC where there are multiple creators, but the true creator is Clive Odd and that's Zim? No comment. Goddamn brain rot, slip here, lol. This reminds me of our Cold War lobbies. Remember this one dude who kept screaming? I don't remember one dude that kept screaming, but there were times when we were playing and some guys would just... Oh, wait, no, there was that one time where there was that guy who was, like, screeching. Yeah, the playing Cold War. We really need to play some Cold War again. That was so fun. But is he the host? Not of this stream. Alright. We're rolling near the end. Funny thing is that you're running around with a melee build. I was running around with either a machete, or I would run around with two melee weapons, a scythe, and what was it? The long knives. What are they called? It's the weapons that Raphael from Ninja Turtle is known for using. They have a specific name. They're a type of knife. They're not a standard combat knife. They're called something else. They're the same weapons that Elektra from Marvel uses. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, please say the term. I know you all know what I'm referring to visually. Basically, in COD, Black Ops, Cold War, when you have those knives, you move like 20 or 30% faster. Size, yes. Size allow you to move faster, and it also affects like your movement speed in the air. So you can jump through the air and then swap to a scythe. No TK fight? Not in 72-hour mode. No. You don't fight TK in 72-hour mode. You may fight him in overtime mode, though. Possibly. Frostmore versus Rebellion, best sword comparison? I don't know what Frostmore is. Never heard of that. Well, I mean, we never really saw where she was shot, so, like, that's not crazy. Oh no. Gotta put my ninja skills to work again! Damn it! The game isn't actually over! Can I leave? Okay, finally. They're called Psy. Frostborn is iconic, though it only has soul manipulation stuff and corruption. No, hello, Jeff. Psy is 70% defense, 30% stabbing. Well, in Cold War, it's meant for mobility. Like it's a 2-hit kill, so you don't really want to use it for that. Like you want to use it to allow you to drift through the air, basically. Frostmore also inspired the saddest song ever. Did it now? I wouldn't know anything about that. I have no idea what this Frostmourne is. Can we get... Oh. Alright, so this is overtime mode, which means we're probably going to get like 6, 7 something items. TK is a Zombark stash? Actually, why is that like a surprise? He's TK. He probably definitely does. Compromising photo, expensive champagne, sutures, men's silk thong, gauze, and painkillers. Okay, I can understand why you would need sutures, gauze, and painkillers for medicinal purposes. Why the hell? I mean, I guess that's for TK. Like, I haven't heard your voice in so long. Can't tell if that's you that's talking. It's not Zim. Yeah, it's me, the Mangler. Also makes you lunge further. Yeah, it does make you lunge a little bit further. There's that news that Sony shut down Concord's developer, Firewalk. So yeah, Concord is now dead. Oh boy. I mean, I can argue many stuff in DMC inspired type music like Kyrie's statue team, and I can't hear Shall Never Surrender as an adult. Oh. Well, I just never, I don't know what Frostmourne is. I don't know what that's referring to. Do we just want to go? I mean, I guess I could just go to whatever plaza gets as many items as possible. I'll just go to the Americana and move over. I didn't realize it was you either. Yeah, that's me. How you doing? It is I. We'll go get the compromising photo because it's an Americana. Then we will go through Royal Flush, which I believe is painkillers, then Gauze in the Slot Ranch. Then I could cut over to here, then there. Then I could, yeah, okay. That'll be my route then. Hey, what do you think of Aldia's theme and boss fight in DS2? I like it. It's pretty nice. Aldia has always been an interesting boss fight. He's not that great, but like thematically, he's probably one of the best characters in the game, if not the best character in the game, because he's just the main person that's been studying and questioning the decisions behind why like the Dark Souls universe is the way that it is. He's like the main philosopher / scientist of the game or series. Also just a mad scientist in general, and those are always entertaining. His attacks are pretty cool. I like the idea of being able to hit an enemy that's like vulnerable for certain times and is mostly like a mage casting unit. I just wish he could be staggered. Where is... Okay, there's the blender. The amount of time that I have saved with Quickstep is crazy. Gotcha. Oh, no. Where's the compromising photo? I probably should have gone and gotten a nectar. Oh, I figured it was leverage on somebody, but that makes sense why it's the CEO of Phenotrans. Oh, his theme is both sad and uncanny. Shall never surrender is a good job. It's the Morn Blade for the Lich King in World of Warcraft. That explains why I don't know anything about it. I don't play World of Warcraft. Possesses the power to shatter and imprison the souls of his victims and can remake the living into mindless dead. Nice. What DMC game is your favorite boss? Favorite overall is probably 5. Favorite boss, if it's not those guys, not the Angelos, Dante, or Virgil. I do like Argosax, Beowulf, Kratos. Burial's a really fun boss. So is what's his face? God, I cannot remember. The life of me. Agni and Ruja. I would probably say Argosax, or more accurately, Despair and Body, but Argosax is also pretty neat. At least on higher difficulties, he's a lot more... Well, even on hard mode, he's a lot more interesting than most of the other bosses in the series because he's a non-linear boss. You can fight him any way you wish. And then he just completely changes his archetype into something else. And I've said that, like, in my opinion, that's never been done before and since. Oh, let's go over there. Fume Knight versus Gwyn's Knight's Mangler. Fume Knight would probably kill them. He has better feats, better scaling. Sony just shut down the dev studio behind Concord. They literally failed so hard that not only the game shut down, the whole studio got shut down. Yeah, that's kind of crazy to me. Like, I would have expected firing people, but like, man, they shut down the whole. Like, I'm pretty sure that would be a bigger loss than just taking the L and accepting that you lost 300 million or whatever in the red line. Like, that might actually make the loss worse. But they probably shut down the studio to cut their losses so that they didn't have to lose more. Or actually, the Primordial Chaos. With the Primordial Chaos and DMC, isn't there a Primordial Order too? Not necessarily. We just know that there's an existing... Like, you don't have to have Order and Chaos existing with one another. Because the Primordial Chaos is just what existed prior to the universe being formed. There was no such Order being a thing. I mean, I guess there was the Clyfoth, but that's not quite the same. I could tell this man is charming in every way possible. Are they fused in the male and female Argosax? I mean, Argosax isn't like... It isn't necessarily... I mean, if you want to say he doesn't really embody order, then I guess, but like, he's just considered a combination of like dualist systems. That's what his body is supposed to embody according to the descriptions in the art book. He's just a combination of things like the sun and moon and other such motifs. So things that have dualist counterparts, that's what he's supposed to be. He's just a trans-dual being. This guy just sounds like a pig. Oh, darn, I need to find Zombrex. Oh, I could just pay for some. I am wealthy. I have that privilege. I might be the only one that has this opinion, but I definitely think that Dead Rising should have gone with the idea of having... what is it? I think scripted RNG for the cardboard boxes in the game. I think the cardboard boxes should have been on like a bit of a roll with good RNG chances for giving you a set of different items. It shouldn't have been something high. It should have been something like 1 to 6 items. And they should have cycled depending on what area they were in to make cardboard boxes like more useful, instead of just having like useless items in this one and only useful items in this one. Am I like the only one that feels that way? Or does anyone else share that I thought that like maybe the cardboard boxes should have been re-rolled a little bit more? Because in case you're not aware, that's actually how they are designed. They don't have a random item. They have a guaranteed item. So if you get a really crappy item from a cardboard box, it's always going to have that crappy item and never anything else. Emerald was him in DS2 and DLC. I just want to make sure, how was the DMC universe made in the role of the Clipoth? Well, as is explained in the DMC manga, it's like in the beginning, there's just the primordial chaos and the Clipoth. And then the light of the human world basically comes into existence, which, according to the Clipoth's descriptions, that would have been made by the Clipoth, because the Clipoth is the creation of all life. It's literally considered the tree of all life, and it created all life in the DMC universe, which would include the human world. And then the darkness of the primordial chaos ends up becoming the realm of the demons. So that also would have happened at the hands of the Clipoth. And then sometime later, after they were existing for a period of time side by side, someone split them in two, that being Pluto. And they existed in that split state for an eternity. And then Mundus was like, all right, enough of this. We're fusing these worlds back together. And then Sparta stops him, seals him away, 2,000 years pass, and the events of the main games. Very simple. Oh, that's on the second floor. Oh, no. Oh, I gotta backtrack. Oh boy. It's quite romantic. Manjante is just like, screw the universe, screw the existence, kills his creator. What in the world are you talking about? Oh, I went the wrong way. I gotta go inside this shop. Got him. Frustrating that Arcus X isn't acknowledged enough and gets downplayed to where many people think that Mundus is stronger. Yeah, it is a little bit frustrating. It's primarily frustrating for the fact that like Mundus is just some random demon that just got a fruit that made him stronger. Whereas Argosax is actually supposed to be that powerful naturally. Just has better lore, better feats, better statements, better everything. It's just because Mundus exists in a game that isn't universally hated. Oh, not Mundus. Argosax exists in a game that's universally hated. That's the only reason he gets downplayed to that. If he existed in DMC 3 or in 4 or 5, people wouldn't be this like tight-lipped about him. It's not a rational mindset. Why would he need just new undies and not like an entirely new set of clothes? The man has been bitten by a zombie. I'm fairly certain he's going to need like new stuff in general. Though I guess he's living on borrowed time, so he might not care. Actually, wait a minute. TK doesn't even have the $1 million. I stole the $1 million back from him. Why isn't he just like demanding that I go get another mill or cough of the mill that I had before? Well, I guess he'd have to make the player collect that then, and that'd be too unreasonable. That would be kind of frustrating if I had to do that. But that would make more sense for him to demand that since he plans on getting out of here. And we could just take the money and then just go somewhere. Since Majin Not is a savage for killing the embodiment of the dual systems he does, I guess he's a full-on demon, so he does savage stuff. Yep. Frame Fume Knight versus Greater Demons in 40k. I don't know enough about the Greater Demons to really give you a suggestion. Only about like basic demons in 40k, and even then, a lot of them depend to differ depending on the story that's being told. Because demons in 40k are a reflection of what emotions and things they're made out of, and that includes a lot of their powers. So, like, something that one demon can do is not necessarily equatable to something that another demon can do. Oh my goodness. Oh, that just destroyed my knife gloves. Crap. I needed those. What you want to bet he's going to be using all these things for himself? Anyone else want to take that bet? This man's just going to immediately try to kill me. As he killed the Clipoth in 5, Majin kills the Primordial and Demons 2. Are they still alive? We're never told that the Clipoth is killed by Dante and Virgil, just that they severed the roots from the of the underworld to the outside. So we don't know if they actually destroyed the tree. They just cut it down. It's entirely possible that they destroyed it, but until we get like another DMC game or more lore later on in the timeline, for all intents and purposes, the Clipoth can still be there. Okay, what about a Biotitan? I don't know the feats for a Biotitan. I wouldn't be able to tell you. It also largely depends on where you want to scale Dark Souls, because I don't scale Dark Souls to Uni. The most I could really scale them to is like star level. If you just say that Gwen is like the power of the sun. Because he's the Lord of Sunlight. Where did Sim go? Doesn't look that big in space. Me too. I scaled to multi-solar because the first plane existed heat. Created heat, and all the light disappears once it's extinguished. I'm pretty sure that's not true, though, because even when the flame is disappearing in... yeah, it created heat, but, I don't think it sustains the sun necessarily. Because even when the Age of Darkness is happening, the flame is fading, we still have examples of stars and things existing in the sky, even when the flame is at its weakest. Where is it? It'd be funny if I just took all the injections. Well, I guess I'll be taking that Zombrex then once I'm done with you. I need to go find Zombrex so that I don't die in the middle of overtime mode. Hold on one moment. No, in DS3, when you summon the Firekeeper to extinguish it, it legit everything goes black, but the flame is still intact during the events of the game. The flame has already been fading the flame's already faded completely by the beginning of the game. You literally have to enlighten it using the Lords of Cinder because it's so weak. Light and heat and most of the physical concepts of the universe and the laws of the universe, if they're being sustained by the first flame, shouldn't exist at all if the flame is faded or is mostly faded, or they should be breaking down completely. And the only thing that's really causing issues is that time and space are just simply being distorted so that the lands can cross over into each other. But that's it. All the laws of physics and everything are still completely intact. Heat and light are still intact. Do you think Void Mundus is a better character than normal Mundus? If only in the sense that he didn't only in the sense that he actually did everything he said he was going to do, and he simply died to Dante because he just didn't know what he was dealing with, and he had no reason to believe he would lose since he's done nothing but win his entire life. I mean, yeah, I guess he's a better character in that regard. He's not too much of a failure. Or a fraud, as we say. Also, there are no stars in the sky after that. Yeah, but there are during the events of the game when the flame is gone. That's kind of why I'm having, a bit of a hard time accepting that position. There's light in the world, as you can see everywhere. While China servers are so far from Europe, I get 3 ms ping without VPN at Chinese games. Are you in China? Um, don't need any of that. No, that's not what happens. The flame doesn't fade completely, plus legit everything around it is gray. The flame is gone at the beginning, though. It's no longer there anymore. Like you okay, so when you create the Soul of Cinder, you legitimately have to that like the fire has already faded according to what the opening of the game tells us. You have to create or grab like 5 or 6 Lords of Cinder and have them fuse their powers together in order to reignite the flame. Otherwise, you would not have had the fire. You needed to give it an actual existing spark so that someone could link themselves to it and restart the cycle again. Wait, did Kyle just join? Oh, no, he just left again. The flame is not gone, Mangler. It's weak. It's not gone. That wouldn't matter. Okay, if it's sustaining the universe and it's still so weak, then the universe should be collapsing. It should be breaking down. It's not. The most that's happened is that people are just going mad, but that's because the flame is linked to their souls. I didn't say it sustains the universe. Well, if it's sustaining the sun or any of the things in the reality, then like I feel like if it's lost most of its power and it's only a multi-solar construct, the sun should have fizzled out at this point, or at bare minimum should be like losing most of its energy. But the only time it's actually suffering is like at the very end of the game when it's kind of turning red due to an eclipse. But that's pretty much it. I mean, it's pretty healthy throughout the events of the game. Like the flame is so weak, you had to literally attach 6 people to it that already had linked the flame. I feel like that's enough to where we can say that it basically is no longer there anymore. You're recreating the flame. Just heat and light, because heat and light only exist after it shows up. I'm aware. I'm just saying that like my position is that the flame probably has more power than those existing things, and it created heat and light, but it didn't create things like the sun. I'm of the position that things like the universe came into existence independent of that. They just didn't have those form and functions until the first flame came along and gave them those things. That's my position on the subject. I still think the first flame is more powerful than things like Gwyn and the like, because it has feats of doing that. So whatever you'd scale him to and the other characters in that to, you obviously have to scale the flame to it, because the flame would be more powerful regardless. It depends really. In this one, the Anor Londo is an illusion. It's gone, only night. Yeah, but the rest of the series is, the rest of the areas in the world have light in them. That's just Anor Londo. And it's worth noting that's not just in like the Lordran either. Like the Undead Asylum, which technically isn't in Lordran, still has light in it. I almost got shot by that. No, I'm in Italy, but I play Chinese games. Well, since esports, China plays teams pay more. Oh, nice. What if I just conveniently forgot everything you asked me for? What happens to humans after they die at normal death, not killed by demons or something? Where do the souls go to in DMC? To the demon world. That's established by the explanations in the game, like provided by the statements by the Seven Sins and also by the 3142 art book. There are direct statements from the what's his face, one of the design artists, where he asked where people what happens to people when they die, and he just says like, yeah, they just basically become demons. And we also see in DMC3 that when your soul touches the demon world, you just turn into a demon as well. Like if you don't go to the demon world to become a demon, you go to the demon world to be tortured by demons. It's either like torture or like, I guess becoming a demon, which just results in you being tortured later anyway. By having to fight demons. There we go. It's a lose-lose situation, as they say. Demon world is the afterlife. Yeah, the demon world is the afterlife. That's a good way of putting it. It's considered heaven, and it's also considered hell. It's just where you go when you die. Whether you're a human, a demon, or even a god, all things when they die return to the demon world. So, wait, Mangler, you think the first flame just conceptualized the way the constructs look like or how they function? I think it produced the laws that support them. That's my position. And that it's just more powerful than several things in the cosmology. Just because it's never presented as being like the creator of the world or anything like that. Oh, did I really lose? Oh. Wait a minute. Please don't tell me he robbed me of all my weapons. I swear to God, I'm going to be so mad. Don't some people actually become angels when they die in DMC? No, they become demons that believe they're holy or have holy powers. Because demons and demonic energy in general function off of self-actualization. So if you think you're holy or a divine being, you become or embody holy or divine powers. That's why there are demons that look like angels and humans that assume angels exist. They're just demons that have the powers and abilities of what an angel would have, but they're not an actual angel. There are cases of actual heaven, nirvana, or you go to the hells. I don't think nirvana is considered heaven in the same way, but it's definitely better than the real world. Oh, wow. Yeah, he took away everything I had. I'll just take this pretzel. You know what? I don't need those perks. I can beat you with my bare hands. Hang on. I just need a mixer and I can make some drinks. Roundhouse, snapshot, face crusher. Why don't they have double lariat? I have sleep paralysis tonight. I feel my left hand is burning. I hope Modus didn't bell a ring on where I'm going. It was like, hey, let's give this guy a sneak peek. Legit believe souls could work like that RL. So only demon souls have legit unit scaling via sustaining the fabric of reality. Also, Mangler, did you know that sustaining the fabric of reality is planetary, according to VSBW? What? How is sustaining the fabric of reality only considered planetary? That's almost as dumb as the take that like shaking the universe is only solar system. Actually, no, that's more dumb. That is objectively more dumb. Am I going to have to kill every one of you? Oh, I can just leave. Good. I was not staying. Wow, she is doing not great. That's how scaling, sustaining the fabric of reality feats for Demon Souls go, even though they legit say shit like the world, universe, and the game. Skill issue, apparently. Not enough context needed.
Why are you replaying this game?
What?
Why are you replaying this game?
I'm not replaying it. This is overtime mode. He took away all my items, Zim. He offended me.
The story continues in overtime mode?
Yes. Were you not here for the first game?
Well, I was, but like I thought this one actually just ended when you fucking got to that point.
Nah. Oh, he's got a gun? I don't have a gun. That's unfair.
Sony shut down the fucking development team for Concord? That's funny.
Here's to eating unhealthy. No,
To be honest, the only studio in recent years that got canned unfairly was the Hi-Fi Rush team, but they were saved by a different studio. They were the only team recently that got screwed over, even though they made a really good game.
you're done, TK. The souls can sustain the fabric of reality, not the verse. That means they're above HOY. I flat out say it 3 times. What else do you need? Yeah, what is HOI? I agree. House of Ideas. It's just referring to like that verse, not Marvel. I'm more impressed about the fact that TK had the medical knowledge to get gauze, sutures, and painkillers to keep her alive. I wore the ninja outfit for the entire game, guys. All right, this is the true ending. You can mute this if you want to, Zim.
I did.
Is all reality to be another layer? No, it wouldn't, because it's based on whatever verse it's in. Oh yeah, Jev came by asking if you were here.
Who?
Jev Gaines.
Why? What did he ask for?
If he was just wondering if you were here.
Is that Man or is that the other one?
No, that's Jev.
No, Jeff Gaines was one of the God of War guys. He had the
Yeah,
780 face.
there were like 4 of them. It was not him.
No, it wasn't Man. Who was it?
No, it was Jev, Man, Ken Lom, and Kev.
Oh, right. His name was Jev.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I feel kind of bad. It's been so long that like I actually forgot one that was actually just called Jev.
He said he didn't recognize either of our voices. Apparently, it's been so long, and I was like, I don't know if it's been that long because I remember their voices. So last stream, you didn't mean that they're just in the same cosmology. You're just mentioning that they sit dimensionally in Marvel. Net, what are you talking about? How did Marvel get into a discussion about demon souls? Like Demon Souls, the game, Demon
Wait,
Souls.
who? Edgar showed up too?
No, I don't think Edgar showed up.
According to Cypher,
At
Edgar
least
did show up. I remember Edgar
not this
because
stream.
he had like the best fucking chin I've seen. He had like the fucking Chad chin. It was fucking hilarious.
No, hang on. That was during the debate. That doesn't count. That was a visual image. That's a different depiction of him. I don't think he's ever actually showed up to one of the streams. No, I'm talking about Demon Souls, not Marvel. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I don't know where he got brought up Marvel into this case.
No, I said Edgar. Right. Yeah. Because it was TG&K, Jev,
No,
Kev,
so their
Man,
group.
and Edgar. Although Edgar was
The,
kind
the,
of
No. So their group was technically just Ken Lom, Kev, and Jev, and then it expanded to include like Man at times and Edgar.
Yeah.
Eventually, over time, they made contact with TG and K, but like I think I don't know if they're all still talking to each other, but like that was how it started out initially.
I know that Edgar and the group had issues, and I think and man kept claiming that he wasn't a part of their group.
Yeah, that's what he kept claiming every single time. And then we get like, didn't he get really defensive when you said that? He's like, don't accuse me.
Man wanted to make it as clear as fucking possible that he was not a part of their group, but he always hung out with them and he always agreed with them. But he wanted to
He
be
always
as
took
clear
the
as fucking
90. Yeah, he wanted to be as clear as fucking day. I take 90% of the same positions as them. I agree with 90% of the same stuff that they do and hang out with them 90% of the time, but I am not part of their group. Understandable. Have a nice day.
No. The only one who had any issues was the only issues between them was between Edgar and how they scale God of War. As far as I knew, they should be fighting everything else.
The Fabric Reality Scan is in Demon Souls, not a DMC. Ned, we weren't talking about DMC. When we were talking about Demon Souls, we were talking about it in comparison to the first flame in Dark Souls. No.
The reason I'm even talking about it like this is because I was just there thinking about it because like I remember their group as a whole, but like some names kind of disappeared out of my mind after a while.
Finally. I would like to save my progress, yes.
Yeah, no. I mean, I hope things are working out well for them. I had no direct animosity with them. The problem is that we just disagreed too heavily on scaling, and that just kind of couldn't really reconcile it with civil discussion. I tried.
I did have problems with them. I had problems with the fact that they kept making claims and kept making promises, and they never actually kept to any of those claims or promises.
I think Jeb's the I think Jeb's the only one who wasn't banned from that group. Actually, now that I think about it, because I think I did ban Ken and Kev from the streams because they kept causing trouble. I'll have to double
Yes.
check that.
We can continue chatting for a little bit, but I think that's it for today. Moment.
Yeah, we'll stick around for like another 20 minutes or so, and then we'll just call it there. That's fine.
I think Yamato told us stated to cut through the Fabric of Reality. Yamato stated to cut through just a little bit more than that. So, in the case of Ken, what happened is that I basically explained why a lot of his positions didn't really make sense in the debate, because I was on the defensive the entire time, and then I just made a video with Zem and Balrog explaining all of the stuff I was going to explain in the debate because I didn't get to talk about it. And then I made more videos about other stuff that I found in my research, because the whole point of the reference videos was to explain stuff from my research journeys with the series that I go through. That would have been released independent of what happened in the debate or not. It's just so that happens that I had already created a lot of stuff for that debate in particular because I had planned for it for months while I was doing the research in question. So I figured, hey, I might as well show it because it's over now. I'm going to go ahead and like talk about all of it. So here it is.
I think one thing for sure that debate was a failure regardless because of the formatting we did. That was a good lesson to learn. But I think what I also kind of learned there, and we kind of already knew this for a bit, but like that one and the debate I had with fucking Voro, I think, because yeah, his name was either Voro or Voros. I think it was Voro. Basically just kind of like made it clear that like debates are not a place where actual intellectual honesty and knowledge is shared. I'd just stick to videos at that point.
I feel like every single time I made a claim in that position that I showed direct evidence, he would just jump off that point and make another disingenuous position. Like like he wouldn't even like provide evidence for the position that he did, and then I would provide a direct statement and source something, and that he just couldn't refute it and would just ignore it, and then would reassert the same premise. So yeah, he was very dishonest.
Him and the Blue, as well as Kev, were talking shit about people who beat him. One of those people was you. I mean, I'm assuming you're saying they beat him because I very much doubt they would have accepted.
Oh, bro, if they accepted that I beat him, that would throw me for a loop. Because they don't seem like that kind of honest
Did you guys
people.
hear about Twitch not existing soon? No, what's going on with Twitch? Don't worry, guys. I have a Discord and I have YouTube. So
Aren't you special?
So even if Twitch shuts down, I'll still be here, friends.
I'll have to make a YouTube channel then.
Well, you can just
that would affect me.
It's okay, man.
Oh, go ahead.
You can just stream on YouTube.
Yes.
Does you have a PlayStation, or you just have the Xbox? Because you had a PlayStation at one point, right?
My dad has a PlayStation 3 and a PlayStation 4, but I don't live with him, so I don't have.
That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, but I very much doubt that like Ken and Kev would ever acknowledge Mangler won that debate, because that would imply a level of growth and acceptance that I don't think they would ever It's not that they can't grow as people, it's just that I don't think they would ever acknowledge Mangler beat them. So I'm assuming that's just your opinion on that one, because there's no way. Maybe other people, there's no way they would do that for Mangler. No way.
Yeah, it's also like sort of a slippery slope effect, because if they had to acknowledge that I beat them, they would have to acknowledge that something went wrong, and then they would have to analyze and evaluate their own positions and the own logic that they came to, and then that would result in a lot of their other positions being refuted. And because I brought up very, very specific examples for the things I had problems with in God of War, very like direct examples of what was flawed in their logic. And they would have to reconcile that if they admitted they lost to me. Unless they don't believe that debating has anything to do with proving actual facts and information. But at that point, then they would have to acknowledge that debating is completely useless and stop doing it. And they're never going to do that.
That's very fair. I haven't even really kept up with what they've been doing since that day.
Yeah, neither have I. I don't really care. I have better things to do with my time. It just seems to me like they were just never really interested in having like an honest discussion. So it's a shame.
Yeah. But yeah, so at that point, we'll see how it goes there. I'm still trying to finish up all the guidebook scans and putting them on a Google platform. My life had gone way better after I retired from debating and arguing on VSB. So this is what I told Neo, because Neo, whenever he shows up, is always kind of surprised we do power scaling still. And I told Neo, like, straight up, power scaling as a whole is not that bad to do. Sometimes you leave, sometimes you come back. Debating and arguing is what ruined power scaling for most people. That's what ruins things for people. Actually reading fiction, looking for information and shit, I don't think is what turns people off from fucking power scaling. It's always the debating.
Because reading and learning things is a universal concept in every field. It's something that everyone loves to do if they're genuinely interested in the subject. So that's never going to turn people off from that, unless they just don't like doing any work at all. It's primarily like things like either the debating and versus wikis basically having bureaucracy and massive bias on their sites against specific verses and refusing to agree or even be consistent with their own standards. Those are the things that are considered infuriating and taxing. So,
yeah.
Because like the main, if we're sitting here having an honest discussion about something and someone wants to agree to disagree, then that's fine. It only really becomes a problem when we're having an honest discussion and we've agreed to a set of like prescripted rules that you would agree to, but you don't hold those rules openly to every or evenly to every discussion that you have and apply it for some but not for others. When that dishonesty gets involved, then it's very, very difficult to have a reasonable discussion with someone. It stops becoming fun. It starts becoming a mental strain.
Yeah. That's why.
Oh, I guess we lost a lot of viewers when I finally defeated TK.
So we went. You had like 10 to 11. When I was here for a bit, it was 10 to 11. At some point, it dropped down to 7. And after you beat TK, it dropped down to 5.
Well, actually, I think it dropped when I killed Stacy because they're like, "Oh, the game's over because credits are rolling." And I'm like, "No, guys, it's Dead Rising. We have overtime mode."
To be clear, I am debating doing a protagonist swap series specifically focused on Resident Evil and other horror game protagonists, which I'll try to do with Kyle. I'll talk to Kyle if he's interested in that because I do want to do the Signalis girl for that, and I probably will do Sebastian as well. I don't have too many other characters beyond that though, which is fine.
What's a Sebastian?
We don't really have any direct plans yet for season 2 protagonist swap yet, do we? You have an idea, I think, right? You have like something you want to do.
Well, just to be clear, the sets of the ones we already did, like, not including like the ones for the hack and slash protagonists were okay. So the ones involving like Dante's Inferno and Raiden, were those season 1 or season 2? Because I believe we called those season 1.
Those I believe
or season 2.
Those I believe were at the end of season 1. Because as far as I know, if those weren't season 1, those would be considered specials. No, actually.
Okay.
No, hang on. Who was in that trifecta?
It was Dante from Dante's Inferno, or Dante Alighieri from Dante's Inferno. It was Dante from the DMC reboot, and it was Raiden from Metal Gear Rising.
That might have been like a mini season then, yeah, because they weren't connected to the original sets. Yeah, no, that might have been like a mini season. I
have a protagonist swap, or a variation of it called the Swad Swap, that I am going to be doing between Space Marine 1 and 2 and Halo Reach and Halo 5 Guardians. But as I've said before, the main reason why it takes so long to do this is because I have to read all the Warhammer lore involving like all the factions that show up in those games. And I'm almost done. I still have to read a little bit more of the Orcs and some on the Chaos Space Marines, but I'm almost done there. And then I also have to finish playing Space Marine 1 again.
You heard it here. 2 feature-length protagonist swaps bare minimum, with Mangler going through Halo and Warhammer.
Actually, 4, because I have to take the Halo Reach group, put them through Space Marine 1, the Halo 5 group, put them through Space Marine 2, and then take the Space Marine 1 crew, put them through Halo Reach, and the Space Marine 2 crew, and put them through Halo 5.
You guys heard it here first. That's going to be at least 6 hours of content. At least.
And then, because of the sheer volume of the fucking research I had to do, we're going to make a follow-up video where I'm just going to be explaining scans on the screen that I have. It's going to be low edits. Zim doesn't even have to do anything. He could stream it. Actually, it doesn't even need to be a video. It could be a stream, and that would still count. How's that sound, Zim? You like the idea of... In fact, for you, this would be new too, because it would be like a behind the scenes. You get to see like all the scans that I'm referring to, because I'm not going to be showing the scans in the squad swaps. I'll be showing them in this one, because I'm going to be sourcing a lot of stuff in the squad swaps.
Would you rather do that video first, then do the squad swap, so that way like the information's already out there?
I'd rather do the squad swaps first, just because. Well, I mean, okay.
No, yeah, because now that I've said that, you've realized that it might be better to release the information first.
So normally in a normal series, yes, if they were familiar with it, I would agree with you. I think it doesn't work in the case of Warhammer and Halo because no one has read the books for either series. So I would have to bring up some of the examples and the things that I'd be talking about first for them to get an idea of it. And I could only do that if I was already doing the scenario.
Okay, so here's how I think we'll do it. We'll record the first squad swap. You'll find all the shit you're referencing in that one, and then we'll put that Warrior Scale the Emperor from FF2's in. Uni to Uni Plus, not including Dissidia scaling. Dissidia scaling puts them at 2A to 5D. I should go like playing leagues on streams. Those streams were fun. Cypher, I'm gonna be honest, bro. The reason I stopped playing leagues was because of Vanguard, but I think I don't care anymore. I think I just want to go back to playing leagues. I think I just want to go back to playing my favorite multiplayer game. I think I've lost. I think I'm relapsed.
Someone in Italy made a parody of Jack 2 with Dragon Ball Z intro music. What in the
Italy's
world?
not a real place. How is that possible?
Anyway, your solution. Did you said you wanted to do Space Marine 1 or one of the protagonist swaps first, and then do the interim behind the scenes research video?
Yes. So that way they watch that one. Stop coping Italy.
We would have to do multiple behind the scenes videos.
Oh no, you'll have to spend multiple hours lecturing, which you're already gonna lecture to people in streams anyways. Oh, you poor soul. Here,
Disgusting.
let me play you a song on the world's smallest violin.
I mean, okay, so the main reason I don't feel comfortable doing that as much is that, like, it's gonna be, well, okay, I guess it's gonna be a massive fucking hassle to explain what is effectively going to be like 50, 60 something statements from the guidebooks and novels for Halo, let alone the ones I'm getting for... Actually, Warhammer is a lot easier to explain than Halo if you just grab a couple novel statements, even for the projects that I have been doing, because most of them are just direct statements, and Warhammer doesn't really have any guides. And yes, the codexes aren't real guides. Sorry. Anyone who plays the tabletop and is like, but what about the codex? Shut up. The codex isn't a real guide, although I do have the codexes. So don't worry, I will include those. I'm just saying they're fake guidebooks.
Oh, so a little off topic, but I did want to mention this very briefly. Did you hear about YouTube's fine from Russia?
YouTube's getting fined from Russia?
YouTube was fined $20 duocillion.
I'm not sure that's an amount of money that any entity on the planet is capable of producing.
YouTube has to pay more money than the whole world is worth, like 3 times over. Fairman, apparently.
Okay, so I was trying, when you said that, I was trying to be like, wait a minute, did they do the conversion wrong in like rubles?
No. Even if it was 20 decillion rubles, I think that's still more than like what the U.S. economy has.
At this point, I'm not entirely sure because the Russian ruble shouldn't be worth nearly as much money anymore. But, well, actually, how much is a decillion then? How many zeros is that?
Like fucking.
Like after
25.
Yeah, that's probably more money because I think even if you converted it for being like, I don't know, 100 rubles for like a single dollar, yeah, that'd still be like quintillions of dollars.
So the Russian ruble is worth less than a penny.
Yeah, but like even then it's still be worth more than like quintillions. Okay, so why is this happening, good sir? Would you like to enlighten the class?
They were fined because allegedly YouTube has blocked a lot of Russia nationally owned TV shows and stuff on YouTube broadcasting, and so that's why they're being fined.
Are they going to justify that fine? Because I don't think any court's going to take that.
Well, they can't enforce it anyways because like they're still under an embargo anyway. They're still sanctioned, so it's not like they can ever enforce it.
I mean, even if they could, like, who would take that case? That's an absurd amount of money.
Yeah. But imagine if you win, though.
Dude, if you win, you're bankrupting the entire planet. Like,
Settled out, court.
you need to research more about Corvus Corvax. We need to know if he can solo God of War or not. I mean, if you're like mountain level and like FTL and you have like decent abilities, you could probably solo most of God of War. So if he ends up in that range, and with his current abilities as they are, especially with his gloves and his sight, I can tell you right now, like combat wise, no character in God of War is beating him in a fight. So if he has the required stats, he is going to win. I don't know what his stats are. I'm just saying if his stats are in that range, he will win. The Codex Astartes does not support this action. That's what everyone says.
So why is Twitch not?
Right, till I sue them.
No, did anyone explain what's going on with Twitch?
I think Rock and Alice just mentioned it.
Yeah, he didn't explain it though.
Yes. Oh yes, I need to go and do. I think I'm probably.
Yeah.
When I get off the stream, I'm probably gonna go over for like maybe an hour the new stuff that I got in my guide. If anyone wants to join me in the chat, not on this stream, obviously.
Yeah.
Like in the Discord server.
The anti-Semitism as well as the mod failure. Okay, I'll check that out off stream then, and then we'll talk about it next time. Speaking of next time for you, is this your last Tuesday stream, or are you gonna be able to stream next Tuesday?
I assume this is my last Tuesday stream. I'm not going to set up another one if I don't know what my schedule is. So I'm just going to suspend my next week's stream.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so this might be Mangler's last stream for a while. If Mangler shows up on the channel, it'll probably just be sporadic or through videos, depending on how that goes. But so yeah, there will be no. I'll stream tomorrow because I didn't stream last night. But I will not be here for Kyle's Thursday/Friday stream, and there will not be a stream this weekend, at least not on Saturday with Kyle. So, with that said, thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day. I'll see you guys on the next stream or video. Take care, everybody.